Good morning, chat. My internet works again. That was annoying. Jesus. I don't want to do this stream. Cards on the table, like chips fully on the table. I really don't want to stream these next couple fights because they're really fucking scary. And like functionally impossible to control for. That's of course hyperbole, but like these now are pretty demonic fights. First one involves a Gengar that just has a 1 in 25 chance of killing our Kecleon. The main thing is just that, like, we are going to be encountering a lot of quantifiable risk that we simply cannot control for. And we just have to make our do. There is an Octillery that might claim a life, just depending on how it's feeling. And again, I don't know if you saw the go live message or the post in the Discord. Sorry, I am taking my morning pills. Where is the one I snapped in half? They only gave me my 2 milligram estro for whatever reason, so until I get that corrected, I'm snapping 1 in half to get my appropriate 3 milligram dosage each day. There it is. But I don't have like a special place to put the pre-snap pill, and I don't want to like have a like thing full of half-constructed estradiol pills. There we go. Going down the hatch, go into the tongue. Okay. Let's just look at it. So I had a line. I couldn't do more research yesterday because internet was down for most of the day. But I did want to explore an alternative option that I had considered with Hannah. Okay, 73. So let me take a look at that real quick. Because she said it looked like a really solid line, but I want to see it for myself. Okay, so first things first, Gengar, Levitate, not Focus Sash, but Focus Band. For those who don't know, Focus Band just says any hit that would reduce you to 0 HP has a 10% chance to reduce you to 1 HP instead. The only way to control for that is via effects that like reduce to 0 hit points, a la Perish Song. Unfortunately, Altaria, where are you? Dies to Sludge Wave, obviously could die to Explosion. And where's regular Altaria? Takes less from Sludge Wave. Would in fact live a Dazzling Gleam, but this thing can boom. And you don't want it to boom, ideally. And you can't swap to something that is immune to getting boomed on, a la a Ghost type, because it has Shadow Ball. And Shadow Ball does a lot to Ghosts. And again, if it booms on Altaria turn 1, then we lose Altaria. And we don't even kill it. Well, we do, because it booms. My point, though. So our answer to it is a brave little Kecleon. Kecleon does not actually need black glasses. We are giving Kecleon Citrus Berry for reasons we'll get into in a minute. Theoretically, with black glasses, Kecleon would be able to OHKO Gengar, but again, Focus Band means that there's a 1 in 10 chance that we fail to. And if Gengar doesn't, well, I think Gengar would immediately, no, it wouldn't. Because Shadow Ball would likely knock us into a range to get killed by, or Sludge Wave would knock us into a range to get killed by another Sludge Wave. But yeah, like, it's difficult. There's no real way to guarantee that this thing won't explode, and as previously mentioned, everything on their side of the field gets Tailwind. Permanently. We can't even use our own Tailwind to neutralize it because once our Tailwind wears off, their permanent Tailwind comes back. It's a real son of a bitch. So, we hope that Gengar doesn't boom turn 1. If it doesn't, Kecleon has knockoff, which knocks off the focus band, which I believe guarantees the KO. And if it somehow doesn't and Gengar lives, then we just click Sucker Punch. But I'm pretty sure focus band doesn't take effect if you knock it off. Same for items like Red Card. Either way, if Kecleon goes boom, that is sad, but what are you gonna do? It at the very least takes itself out. We then want to send in a guy to bait in Octillery, or we just have Kecleon on the field, because Kecleon definitely baits in Octillery. This Octillery is a demon. We have committed not just Kingdra, not just Togedemaru, not just Walrein, but also Electrode to handling this motherfucking Octillery. Reason why? It has Sniper. It has a Water Gem. All of its moves can just kind of kill you if they crit you at the wrong time. It's really rough. So, Kecleon is on the field. There is a very, very small chance if Kecleon gets like crit high roll against Sludge Wave and gets poisoned, that it could show a kill to Sludge Wave on Octillery after Citrus Berry healing, but that's very unlikely, and if it happens, it just means we might have to sack a second guy, essentially. But the plan is we only have one Pokemon because this thing has Sniper, so its crits don't do an extra 50% damage. They do an extra 125% damage. So you might see, oh, well, none of these attacks do that much damage to Kingdra. Think again, fuckhead. Kingdra bulks all of these really, really low. It is the only thing that can consistently live full HP, Sniper crit, Water Gem boosted Water Spout. Unfortunately, once it does that, and we use up its Water Gem, because that's the main thing, is we want to make sure we use up its Water Gem on Kingdra, it's inconsistent if Octillery goes for Sludge Wave or Energy Ball. So we have to swap to something that can tank both. Thankfully, we have our sweet, sweet friend, Maisie the Togedemaru. First thing to note, being crit by Energy Ball does a max of 47.4%. If it drops our special defense, it does not show a follow-up kill by Energy Ball, and of course we are immune to Sludge Wave. We then always bait Water Spout. Nice thing is that Maisie, with Silk Scarf, is actually able to get in a real quick Fake Out. And you might be wondering, okay, well, Fake Out's nice, but it doesn't stop it. Hi, Rose, welcome to stream. But it does a minimum of 27 damage. And, so that's 220, so that'd be what, 93? 220 minus 27, sorry, 193. Drop it to 193. You might notice Water Spout now does less damage, because Water Spout is a move whose damage is based on the user's HP. So the lower Octillery's health is, the less damage Water Spout does. It's still going to click Water Spout. We can potentially, depending on the situation, no, we can't swap back into Kingdra. We're going to swap to Walrein. Walrein with a Citrus Berry always lives critical hit Water Spout and gets healed to the point where it then guaranteed baits Energy Ball. Why do we want to bait Energy Ball? It's because it is the only thing that Electrode can consistently swap into, because Octazooka has the chance of reducing our accuracy. Still miffed that Twitch stole my stream streak. I'm so sorry, Rose. Maybe you have to be, like, in chat for an amount of time. So, like, or not in chat necessarily, but, like, in stream. So maybe you, like, popped in for a minute, then left. I have no idea. Okay, but we swap to Hisuian Electrode on Energy Ball. Critical hit Energy Ball does not do more than half of our max HP. And so it does a max of 41.9. And if we drop our special defense by 1, okay, it could maybe bait Water Spout or Octazooka, but the odds are very, very low. Yeah, like... And note, this would be us getting crit by Energy Ball and having our Spadef reduced. So, like... Hold on. Critical hit Energy Ball is 81. So we're 193 minus 81. Drops us to 112. Yeah. We would need to see both a high roll Energy Ball crit and the Spadef drop and a bunch of Water Spout rolls. So what should be happening is we bait specifically Sludge Wave. Sorry, my words are a little scrambled. We have to hold a magnet. I also haven't had coffee yet today. We bait Sludge Wave. You can see we don't have a kill on it with anything, but we're able to outspeed it even in Tailwind. Now what we're going to do is click Volt Switch. Does 50% of its HP, notably. Never, it actually wouldn't be a downside if it killed, but it never kills. The nice thing is that even if it does somehow see a Water Spout range, we're doing at least 116 damage to it. So that's 193 minus 116 is 77. If it's going for a Water Spout, like, yeah, we can kind of freely swap to whatever there. But yeah, so we do that. Assuming we're baiting Sludge Wave, we swap back into Togedemaru, who takes no damage from Sludge Wave. We then follow the line again, where now we are baiting Octazooka because Water Spout has done so much damage. Also, potentially, Togedemaru could kill Octillery with a Fake Out, just depending on, like, if we got a crit with Electrode or a crit with Fake Out. Like, we want Togedemaru to be the thing on the field when Octillery dies. Also, if Kingdra doesn't get crit turn 1, potentially has the chance to just get off a free Dragon Pulse to get some damage in. Because the sooner we start dropping Octillery's HP, the more consistent the line gets. And we don't accidentally kill it with Kingdra. But Togedemaru hits the field, blanks Sludge Wave, clicks Fake Out. It's going for Octazooka. We are swapping to Walrein, who could potentially die to the previous crit Water Spout. No, actually, I don't think so. I think it's pretty damn safe. I think if we get double crit, we don't die, but we do potentially show a kill to Sludge Wave, which means we would probably have to sack Walrein to make sure that we could get Electrode in safely. But yeah. We then swap back to Electrode on another Energy Ball. We do not care how low Electrode's HP gets. It can never be two-shot by E-Ball, and that's the important thing. We kill it once again with Volt Switch, using that to go back to Maisie specifically. Now, why are we going back to Maisie? Because the highest damage Energy Ball crit to Maisie was 93. So 196 minus 93 is 103. Which means, sorry, words are hard. We have 103 HP. Highest roll Dark Pulse on Skuntank is 88, so it doesn't see a kill on us. Relicanth has Earthquake, and any Earthquake from even the weakest Pokemon is an OHKO against Togedemaru. So Relicanth sees that it gets a kill with Earthquake. We want to make sure that Relicanth here sees a kill when Skuntank doesn't. So Maisie should bait in Relicanth, because it sees Fast Kill. Once Relicanth hits the field, we swap to Torterra. Relicanth has Bright Powder. We're going to give Torterra the Zoom Lens. First thing we're going to do is, or I should say, Zoom Lens negates Bright Powder. We are going to Synth up to full HP because we cannot be crit, so we may as well, we want to have as much HP as possible, and Whirlpool stops affecting us after it goes down. So assuming we're at full HP, vis-a-vis Synthesis, we can then get to full HP after he hits us off of Giga Drain for the final phase of the fight. Skuntank. Now, we show a one-hit KO on it with Earthquake, which means it can never click Nasty Plot. It is the last Pokemon on their side of the field, so it can never click Explosion. there is a very slight overlap in the ranges of Sludge Bomb and Dark Pulse. It's very unlikely, but there is some risk. If it clicks Dark Pulse and flinches us twice, we could be in trouble. Again, incredibly low odds. I'm talking like 1 in thousands. Any Sludge Bomb, even if it poisons us, we're fine because we then immediately follow up with a kill. So, hold on. I do need to adjust the line in my notes. So, swap to King, swap to Toge, swap to not swap. Use F out, swap to Waller, swap to Alec, V, switch to Toge, use F out, swap to Waller, swap to Elec, V, switch to Toge. So, Tort with the Zoom Lens, equip, not a Figgy Berry, so we are back to Citrus Berry on Walrein. So, equip. Basically, everyone gets a Citrus Berry in this fight. Equip Keckle, King, Waller with Citrus Berry. 2, 3. Toge technically doesn't need a Citrus Berry. Yes, we're giving it the Silk Scarf. Equip Toge with Silk Scarf. Scarred. And that should be the line. There are some risks, but it's honestly not the worst thing in the world. Again, it would really suck if we lost Kecleon this early, but if we lose Kecleon, at the very least, Gengar's going down with it. That being said, I need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. And right back we were. Okay. Okay. I'm so traumatized by turn 1 boom on Iron Ball Bronzong. That I'm like, if it happened once, it can happen again. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. Okay. Let's get her set up. Don't charge. Trying to make the most efficient use of my one cable. Okay. It's cool. It's fine. That's right. Hi, Casino. Hi, Deidre. You're pretty cool. We're definitely using you for the next fight. Actually, we may as well teach you Brick Break while we're here, because I know you need it for the next fight. And I believe we just get rid of Dragon Claw for that. So, Brick Break. Deidre. Farewell, Dragon Claw. We've got D-Meteors. So the nice thing about Dragonite is that it kind of just has a permanent flex slot. You get Draco Meteor as its hard-hitting dragon move. You get E-Speed as hard-hitting priority, and you get Dual Wing Beat as one of the best flying moves in the game. So you just kind of have this third slot to learn like the elemental punches, like the big damage, like Hurricane, Thunder, Hydro Pump type moves. It can learn a wide swath of TMs. It's very much a Swiss Army knife Pokemon. Oh, God bless my wife. For she bringeth me Kobipi. Thank you for Kobipi, wife. Boner apple teeth. No, do you want to tell them? Chat, my wife's taking me to fondue tonight. I get delicious boil meal. It's not necessarily boiling. Hi, Otherly. God. Look, I'm really hoping that I concentrated all of my bad luck into that encounter. And that, like, I have thus been blessed going forwards. Honestly, I can't even say that because I did at least catch Otherly. Okay. Where's Kecleon? Come on, freaking it. Oh, my guys are still holding items. Hold on. The harvest. Okay. We need Elatea. And we need a Maisie. And for the first time in a while, we need a Havara. We do need a turtle. And lastly, we need the good Circumfery. I don't believe we need any pre-status or pre-damage. Everything here does enough damage as is. Freaking It gets a Citrus Berry. Ella Atea gets a citrus berry. Maisie gets the silk scarf. Gotta get the most out of those fake outs as possible. Also, out of curiosity, Maisie, how close are you to leveling up? Not very. Havara gets a citrus berry. Sir Comfrey gets the magnet. And Turtle gets the zoom lens. Also, hype, we did get the ghost gem and the shadow ball TM earlier. Like, we got some really good shit. I wonder, who can learn that TM? Be niceys to me, chat. This is definitely me delaying a little bit because I don't want to do this fight. So let me look at it. Glad to see you're having a fun day with emotes, Pio. How you doing, hun? What? What cheese?
No, wait, I saved a screenshot of the name. Wait. Yo, don't tell.
Pio, don't tell. My favorite style of writing. Ooh, you can teach it to Badoo, and thus presumably Roserade. Baneri, Castform, Celebi, Chandelure, Cinderace. A lot of things can learn Shadow Ball. Clefairy, Cresselia, Krogunk, Crobat, Delphox, Delmise, Dottler, Dragalge, Dragapult, and Drapion. Driftbloom, already knows it. The wife has sent me something. I've never heard of this cheese. I do. Oh, the Chonger? Chat, we have a local Chonger, who I'm friends with. I even caught her as she was getting off work yesterday. And I was like, please, dearest Chonger, can you point me in the direction of a fine Gruyere? Was it Gruyere? I think it was Gruyere. Yeah. Can't have no French onion soup without no Gruyere. Gruyere. Okay. Frostlass, Gallade, Gardevoir, Ghastly, Gengar, Granbull, Hatterene, Honchcrow, Undo Houndour, no Inteleon, Jellicent, Jirachi, of course, Jinx Kadabra, Coughing, the Latias. Putting that on Latias probably goes really hard if it doesn't learn it naturally. Though Latios probably actually has a pretty stacked move listing. Yeah, Draco Meteor, Psychic, Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse, like... if I didn't do science, I would also be a Chonger. Is that so, Pio? I mean, you could still get into the science of Chongery. I feel like I'm getting real close to a slur. Punny, Lucario. Oh, fuck, we could teach it to Lucario. Metang, Metagross, Muck, Musharna, Lepories, Poochyena. Yeah, there's a lot of really potent mons we could teach that to. So, really good TM. Okay, that's enough stalling though. Zoom lens. Theoretically, we don't need the zoom lens on Torterra by virtue of, like, synthesis healing. Because it's only a, like, 10% reduction in accuracy against Relicanth. And, like, swapping in on an Earthquake, yeah, it does 9 to 11%. Actually, we don't even need to use synthesis. If we're coming in on Earthquake, the most damage it and Aqua Tail do together is less than what we get healed for Giga Drain. Freaking it got it. You're right. Okay. Citrus Berry. Citrus berry, silk scarf, citrus berry, magnet, zoom lens. Okay. Okay. Realized our last thing was an encounter, so the repellent might not have been on. Banger. I doubt there's any items up here, but one girl can dream. Probably in that gravestone. Yeah. Okay. I'm also gonna save the game. I don't think, like, we'll know when we're getting close to the fights because, like, fog will roll in. Oh, there's the fog. Okay. A max revive. Neat. You know, it's really morbid now that I think about it. All of these max revives placed on gravestones that I'm looting that I can't even use. Yeah, they're like Pokemon gravestones. Okay. Man, they just don't design areas like this anymore. Saving the game again. Alright. Okay. Lamau. Yeah, you can actually eke past that guy. Like, you can't continue up the mountain. You do have to fight him. But you are allowed to go here to get this full restore. Okay. I just closed my eyes and ran to it. I'm like, I just gotta do it. I've just gotta do it. Alright. Scariest turn of the fight. So, they've got permanent tailwind backing them. Knock off. Guaranteed KO. 1 in 25 for Gengar to click Explosion this turn. If it doesn't, freaking it lives. Sludge Wave. Okay, no crit, no poison. Poison, I think that's fine. Because Citrus Berry. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Alright. Get him, freaking it! Oh, my heart is in my chest. Sorry, I keep saying that. My heart's always in my chest. My heart is fucking pounding. Okay, and we have enough HP to always bait a water move on Octillery. We actually... Our HP is just low enough that there is a chance it goes for Octazooka, which would be funny. Okay, Octillery is going to go for Water Spout. There is a 1 in 256 chance it goes for Octazooka, though. We are going to swap Freakin' It to Ella Atea. We want to see no crit on this, ideally. It doesn't matter if it does crit, but we prefer it doesn't for obvious reasons. Its Water Gem is officially gone. This does a max of 60% on crit. No crit. Okay. I'm going to assess the situation because I think we're allowed... Okay, so it's going to go for Sludge Wave or Energy Ball. We are holding a Citrus Berry. Just confirming. We are holding a Citrus Berry. It is going to go for Sludge Wave or Energy Ball. Could it get dubious? I don't think so. Okay. So assuming we get hit by critical hit high roll Sludge Wave, that would be 150 and poison, but we have Citrus. Okay. I do believe we are safe to click Dragon Pulse. Because let me see here. It's, okay, so 213 divided by 8 is 26. I should have actually done 213 divided by 4 first. It's 53. So 161 plus, I think I just said 56. Or 53 and 26. I have to do this math manually every time because the rounding can be different. I couldn't just multiply the 1/8 by 2 to get 1/4 because it would have been off. Because everything rounds down in this math. So we are currently at 161 plus a Citrus Berry. We have another 53 HP is 214. High roll critical hit Sludge Wave does 150. And if it poisoned us, we would also take an additional 26. But at that point, we will have done at least 82 damage, so we'd be dropped to 38. Octazooka's highest roll is 21. Yeah, Water Spout wouldn't kill us. Now, I do also need to consider critical hit Energy Ball, dropping our Spadef by 1. I need to talk to the creators of this game about sig figs. No, you don't, yo. Don't make the math harder for me. My hands are shaking. I should also, hold on. Gonna DM Hannah. Dodged. Gengar. Boom. Okay. So, if it goes for Sludge Wave, we should be in a situation where we never bait Water Spout because of, like, us dropping its HP. Now, assuming we get hit by critical hit Energy Ball, we are currently at, as we said, 161. Well, first things first. Lowest roll Energy Ball does 53. Yeah, it wouldn't matter if we got the special defense drop. Energy Ball and Sludge Wave are different. Sludge Wave has a chance to poison. Energy Ball has a chance to drop your special defense. So I have to make sure, because I believe if we're allowed to do an attack with Kingdra here, the rest of this line becomes safer. We should only have to swap to Walrein once instead of twice. Thinking. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't need to, because Dragon Pulse plus Silk Scarf boosted Fake Out plus Volt Switch always kills Octillery. Okay, so Energy Ball is 63. Or sorry, crit 63. Okay. So we are at 161 minus 141 is 20. We established that our Citrus Berry healing range is, divided by 4 is 53. Brings us to 73, but we drop our special defense by 1. Highest roll in Water Spout is still 58 before even calculating in damage done. Yeah, we are safe to click Dragon Pulse. Sludge Wave. No crit, no poison. Okay. We did at least 82 damage to it, so I'm going to calculate the current potential max damage of Water Spout based on current HP, or minimum possible damage done. So that was 220 minus 82 is 138. Okay. It's going to go for Sludge Wave or Energy Ball. We want to see Sludge Wave, but Energy Ball should be fine. We are going to swap to Maisie. Good. Okay. Maisie is going to click Fake Out. Okay. Lowest roll on that is 27. So that would drop it to 111. It is now more likely to click Octazooka. And at the very least, it means that Water Spout now does as much damage as Octazooka, which is good. We are going to... So Maisie always baits a water move. We are going to swap to Havara, who takes... Yeah, critical at max roll Octazooka is 41. I believe Havara is no longer at risk. Critical hit. Okay. Highest roll on Havara is always Energy Ball, so we swap to Circumfery. I think the only way it maybe gets scary is if Energy Ball crit high rolls and drops our Spadef. But I'm pretty sure it's not because we one-hit KO Octillery anyways. No crit. Okay. We are going to kill with Volt Switch. Just confirming our swap in. Yep, Maisie always dies to Earthquake. Okay. Volt Switch does a minimum of 50%. We are going to swap to Maisie. So Maisie will bait out Relicanth. Because Relicanth sees a kill, where Skunk Tank does not. Normally, I would say, let's get in a cheeky fake out. We do not want to do that. We want that Relicanth to have as much HP as possible for Torterra to do the big suck with Giga Drain. We are going to swap Maisie to Turtle. Turtle cannot be crit. Earthquake does a max of 11%. I would normally Synthesis, but this is the least amount of HP we could possibly have during this part of the fight. So we are just going to click Giga Drain. Aqua Tail does a max of 29%. And Giga Drain heals us for at least 50. Zoom Lens makes sure that we ignore Bright Powder because we're slower than it. Alright, last spot of risk. It's pretty unlikely. Skunk Tank needs to do one of the very few rolls that clicks Dark Pulse, and it needs to flinch us, which is a 30% chance. If it clicks Sludge Bomb at any point, assuming we live it, we immediately win. Because we one-hit KO with Earthquake. We win. Chat, I'm not joking when I say I have dreaded this fight for days. This fight is the reason I'm like, I'm kind of grateful that the internet's down, because I don't want to stream. Because it's so fucking sticky. Just gonna get this screenshot for Hannah. Grunt. Number 3 cleared. Oh, freaking it's alive. Oh. Kecleon can be really useful for a part of the game. Kecleon is a key member of the Tate and Liza heist, for those who are familiar. At least I believe it is, because it gets roleplay. We don't have anyone with a flying move. Rip. We're gonna use an antidote on freaking it, even though we don't need to. Okay, that's 1 down. 2 to go. Before Pyre Tag anyways. But we actually, I'm pretty sure, already just have a line through Pyre Tag. Hannah did some looking ahead for me, and we are actually very fortunate that our Pyre Tag only requires 1 heart scale to beat. And 2 deaths, but, you know, win some, you lose some. We are going to see if we can find a path through Pyre Tag without it, but I'm pretty sure we need to do the double boom. Which is sad, because one of the Pokemon we're booming is one I'm very attached to. Oh, God. I'm so glad that we dodged that fucking Gengar boom. Also, like, give it up for Kingdra, everyone. Ella Atea put in work on that fight. Made it so that we only needed to do the 1 cycle. Okay, so this fight I don't have calced, so we need to calc it now. It is a pain in the ass. Okay, I should run back to Mount Pyre just so I can enjoy the banger tunes, but no. You know what? Let's listen. We haven't listened to, like, the stream music playlist in a minute. I need to finally update it. I need to do just a big ol', like, go through a bunch of game OSTs that I like. Okay. My head hurts. I have a headache. I woke up with a headache.
Coffee.
She's so right. She'd tell me to sip my coffee. Actually, this doesn't have the pumpkin in it, do it?
You didn't like it?
I hadn't tried it yet. I mean, like, I sipped it in your cold coffee, but I figured I'd like it more in hot. Either way, thank you for being considerate of me. So, thankfully, the hardest part of this fight is the lead, and, like, the best answer for it is Dragonite. So we got very fortunate in that. An Inteleon with Light Clay, Reflect, and Light Screen. It's always going before you. It is setting screens, and its highest damaging move is Air Slash, a move that can flinch. Snipe Shot is, you know, it's just a move that does damage. And notably, it's another Snipermon. Thankfully, Dragonite has Inner Focus, making it immune to flinches, and can learn Brick Break from the tutor. Let me just really quickly... Should be Draco Meteor. Draco Meteor. Dual Wing Beat. Extreme. Speed. And 4th slot is Flex slot. Brick Break. Okay. So, things could potentially get a little dicey. Air Slash does a lot of damage if it crits, and if it crits us once, we'll have a Citrus Berry, so I won't immediately see another kill. It's basically a 10% chance to click Air Slash on any given turn, assuming both screens are up. Nice thing about Brick Break is that it does damage as if the screens weren't up in the first place, so we can just click Brick Break twice, and then we can even, if it sets up screens, so we might just 3-click Brick Break, but if it clicks a non-screen based move. No, because it sets up the screen before us, then we clear it, so we only have to live 2 turns, and then we can secure KO with Extreme Speed. Yeah, that's how it works. It's kind of hard to tell who comes in next. It's probably not Luxray because it doesn't have the Guts boost in the calc. So it sees that it does 48%. It's possible that Luxray comes in next, but it's very likely to be Cloyster. Because Icicle Spear kills and it's faster than us and it has skill link and it says no item, and if it says no item, that means either a Mega Stone and Cloyster can't Mega Evolve, or a motherfucking King's Rock. Now, we potentially have an answer to this guy in the form of Lucario! You know, I just realized that Cloyster sees its highest damaging move into Lucario's Liquidation. That's actually really good for us. It does a lot of damage, but it's not a 5-hit move with skill link King's Rock. So, yeah, but it still just does a lot of damage. But Rock Blast into Liquidation never kills us. Okay. So the thing that we have to worry about with Lucario here is we want to ideally get it in on a Rock Blast or a Shell Smash. Because if Shell Smash, Vacuum Wave is a one-hit KO. It's basically always going to go for Icicle Spear against Dragonite. Unless we've taken a hit, then it could be Rock Blast. So we want something that lives both of those moves and then rebates Rock Blast. Banger. So good. So, let's see what our options are. Well, I'll be damned. Slowbro just kind of fucking wrecks this thing. Unfortunately, again, Slowbro is not crit immune, so, you know, flinch immune. Lucario isn't flinch immune, but Lucario has a priority move. But yeah, looks like Slowbro can take anything, especially with the Citrus Berry. It then always baits Rock Blast because we show a kill on it, so it won't go for Shell Smash. And even if it does go for Shell Smash for some reason, that would be upside for us because that's one less hit Lucario has to take. So we swap to Lucario on Rock Blast. We Vacuum Wave against one Liquidation, and then we Vacuum Wave before the second Liquidation can kill us. It's then, I think, always, even without being burned, yeah, it's always baiting in Luxray. Now, the answer to Luxray is Torterra, but specifically it is Luxray after it uses Superpower. Reason being is that this thing has Guts, and a Flame Orb, and Facade. So it's really fast, it wants to hit you with boosted Facades, so it does 59.6 to 67.2. It does a lot of damage to Torterra, but if it, for instance, drops its attack by using Superpower, caps out at 45%, defense drop means Earthquake is a one-hit KO. We can come in against it on any hit and then spam Synthesis until we get our HP back up. Even with potentially like a, because we always go up at least 5%. Might even be a Lepa Berry situation. Citrus Berry might be more efficient, but that's what, an extra, yeah, minimum 50% gained off of 10 synthesi. All the meanwhile, it has a chance to potentially click Superpower, which obviously does less damage and drops its attack further. So the question is, who do we pivot to on the turn where it doesn't have Guts boosted shit? Because, yeah, 57. Because assuming it's going to come in on Lucario, it likely sees a kill with everything but Crunch and Facade, so we need something that blinks Zingzap baits Superpower, and I think that's probably Steelix. Yeah, Steelix always baits Superpower on this thing. Okay. So, bring in Steelix. Depending... We could potentially... Because I think we can send the superpower square into Torterra's dome if we pre-damage enough for superpower to always proc a citrus berry. So like, what, 119? 244 divided by 2 is 122. Okay, so we just need to pre-damage by 3. Potentially. Because what? It would be 241. 241 minus 199. Sorry, 119. 1. 122. Yeah. Okay. Because we have to consider that, like, the thing that it's swapping into won't have Guts Boost. Also, notably, it actually isn't too much of an issue if Luxray comes in on Dragonite. It's unlikely, but if it does, we just do the thing we were going to do anyway. Anyways, swap to Steelix, swap to Torterra. And then if Torterra's on the field, it's probably baiting, yeah, Icicle Spear off Cloyster. We swap to Slowbro, swap to Lucario. So, very much recoverable. It's just a question of Drapion here. Sniper, Scope Lens, Swords Dance. Spooky. But Torterra actually kind of walls it. Because the nice thing is that we can't be crit. So I do think a Torterra with adequate HP after fighting Luxray could beat it. We would need to give Torterra a thing that shows it a kill on Earthquake so we can safely swap. So we gave Torterra Soft Sand. Because I am wondering if we loop Slowbro and Steelix on Luxray once or twice to drop its attack stat. Because the less HP that Luxray has, hell, if we potentially get it down to a point where Facade does, like, if we get it to -2, it does 34%. Okay, Giga Drain doesn't out-heal it, but... okay. Yeah, because it's not dropping its special defense. Turtonator can't be crit. Assuming Torterra has Soft Sand, it shows a kill, so it would only ever go for Cross Poison or Night Slash. We definitely 2-hit KO with Overheat. But if we... I need to think of the swap in, then Swords Dance. That doesn't kill. Yeah, as long as it doesn't Swords Dance the turn we switch. I think even if it does Swords Dance the turn we switch. Hold on. So we swap to Turtonator, it uses Swords Dance, its special attack goes to, or its attack goes to +2. Cross Poison could maybe be problematic, but... Sorry, banger. It's a really shot. It's so good, I'm sorry. I don't know what you want me to say. 180 divided by... divided by 4 is 45, yeah. So 45 plus 180 comes out to 225, which does live 2 cross poisons. But if we get poisoned by cross poison, that's kind of... ooh. So that's assuming it's Swords Dances, and we take two CPs. Because, God, what's the poison rate on cross poison? What the fuck was I checking? Right, cross poison. Okay. 10% chance to poison the target and a higher chance for a critical hit, but high crit obviously doesn't matter. There is also the potential for if Torterra has enough HP going into Drapion, we just kill it with Earthquake. Because, like, if Torterra is able to get off an attack against it, which I imagine isn't too difficult, depending on how effectively we can, like, superpower Loop Luxray. Music attacks with attention? What does that mean, Pyo? It's super effective. What? Are you teasing me for my aggressive head bobbing during Now's Your Chance to? Or Now's Your Chance to be a? Sorry. I don't know, I just like looking at you.
I am listening. So fucking good. Why are they like this?
I'm glad you're experiencing joy.
Oh, I middle school. I had the good parts of middle school. I missed you.
Okay. So, if Torterra has Soft Sand, Drapion can never go for Swords Dance, I believe. Let me double check with Silcalc. Mishmorterra. Yep, never goes for it. Nice. So if it never goes for it, if it Swords Dances, I get hit with the equivalent of 4 hits. But if it doesn't Swords Dance, I come in on a hit, I take a hit, I take a hit. So 3 hits. I believe, assuming we swap in and immediately get poisoned, I think we still live. I need a second calculator. Because 180 divided by 8 is 22.5. So, our Turtonator has functionally 225 hit points. It swaps in on Cross Poison. It takes the highest roll, 57. Ooh, but we have to consider that Drapion can set up Swords Dance on the first turn Turtonator's in. And if we, for instance, get hit by Cross Poison, get poisoned, and then get hit by a boosted Cross Poison after it Swords Dances, I do think that could kill us. Okay. Yeah, like, can we just... can we just use someone else to kill Luxray? Probably not. I mean, if we can get its attack to -2. Well, if we can get its attack to -2, then Torterra can just beat it. Because, like, Torterra... If we're using Torterra to beat Drapion, we don't need Soft Sand. Because, like, okay, Boo-hoo would set up a Swords Dance turn 1. We're getting hit by 2 hits instead of... We're getting hit by 1 hit that is 2 hits instead of 2 hits that are 1 hit. And we just win. Which does mean, if we want to have Torterra dedicated to beating Luxray, or Torterra dedicated to beating Luxray and Drapion, we can dedicate an additional Pokemon to HP cycling Luxray hits. So, like, Lucario is on the field, Luxray is going for literally any move. Oops, hold on. So this is before it gets burned. It is healthy. It is likely to go for superpower. So that could be swapped to Steelix. Because, yeah, what was my plan here? Lucario beats Cloyster. Potentially baiting Superpower. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because we bait Superpower or Zing Zap. So Steelix... Ooh. Hold on, because if we take a non-crit Zing Zap, that means we're baiting Superpower into... Oh, but then Steelix shows it a Superpower. We swap to Slowbro to tank that and then rebait another Zing Zap back into Steelix. Could potentially be Crunch. That's kind of fine. So if it's Superpowers on the first turn we swap, we're good. And if it Zing Zaps, then we just bonk Bip. Potentially. I will note Garchomp is also good, but he just baits. Yeah. Well, the nice thing is guys like Camerupt can't be crap. Have a great rest of the stream. Gonna go see Marty Supreme. Don't know what that is, but have fun, Pyo. Steelix takes nothing from Facade. Excadrill kind of does a similar thing as Steelix, where we blink Zap and then we bait Sapower. But I'd almost want someone to fill an alternative Slowbro role. Hello, little man. Hello, little man who is small. Though actually, if we use Granbull, we definitely live crit Superpower, Citrus Berry to heal off of it. Granbull comes in, drops its attack. That's probably the most efficient swap, right? We swap to Steelix, we swap to Granbull, we swap to Torterra, potentially getting as many as 3 attack drops on it. Because, like, if it's always has a chance to go for Superpower. If we give Steelix a Citrus Berry, Superpower hits, and then Burn happens, and then we get healed back to a range where we're definitely still always only baiting Superpower. Swap to Granbull, who does not take a lot from Superpower. Also have to consider if we get hit by Superpower, it does drop its attack. Not that that matters, I guess, because crits, but, like, yeah. I don't even think we need the Citrus Berry, actually. See, I think this is a way to get 2 attack drops on it. We only need the 1 defense drop. And then at that point, we're baiting... yeah, so it'll have used a move into Steelix, Superpower into Granbull. So it's at -2 attack at this point, -1 defense. Depending, actually, we might not even use Granbull. We could probably do it even better with Gyarados. Because then Gyarados always baits Zing Zap, right? Superpower crit doesn't kill it. Because Zing Zap into Torterra means that we can just instantly, you know, swap in and get the kill. And at that point, a -2 attack Facade is 83. So maybe not Granbull, maybe Gyarados. And if we're lucky, it'll even be a -3 attack Facade. But we know minimum it'll be at -2. Yeah. Okay. I do wonder how much of an issue this becomes if Luxray comes in second, though. Is it even possible for Luxray to come in second? In order for Luxray to come in second, it would need to see Dragonite down to 111 HP. Because, like, we do Cloyster, we do Luxray, and then Turtle's on the field to get the 1-2 hit KO in against Drapion. But without that, if we have to swap to Turtle, Drapion becomes less consistent, could potentially be problematic. Although Steelix probably also... Yeah, Steelix fights Drapion really good. Now, again, it is no longer crit immune. Okay, so Dragonite, 111 HP. Now, let's assume turn 1 of the fight, Inteleon goes for Air Slash and crits. 159. Hold on. So 2, 3, 1 divided by 4 is 57. So 57 plus 2, 3... 2, 3, 1. Comes out to 288. We actually do die to 2 Air Slash crits, which would be bad. But that's like, first it has to get the 1 in 10 to even see Air Slash, then the 1 in 16 to crit, and then the high roll. Like, a lot of shit would have to go wrong. Again, contender for the Nuzzies. So... 159. Oop. 288 minus 159. 129. Okay, so we can live 1 Air Slash crit or 2 regular Air Slashes. Potentially a regular Air Slash and an Air Slash crit, but I don't think so. Because that would come out to, like, yeah, nearly 100% HP. Citrus brings us up to 25. Okay. And Dragonite does not do enough damage. Well, actually, hold on. No, but if it sees a kill, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we outdamage it. Okay. At that point, it's guaranteed going for Zing Zap into Dragonite. Which is a swap to Steelix. Bait's Superpower into Gyarados. Bait's Zing Zap back into Steelix. Bait's Superpower potentially back into Gyarados. Or Torterra if we want to be silly with it. Because Torterra can swap in on, yeah, like -3 or -4 attack. And then just Synthesis up against Facade. I suppose Torterra's only in danger if it swaps in on Drapion for, like... Because we only need to land 1 hit. So we would kind of need to be below, like, 60% HP for it to be dangerous. But if we're able to, let's say we get the -2... Yeah, Facade never drops us below that. Okay. It's not a guaranteed 1-hit KO with Earthquake. But I suppose if something goes wrong with Torterra, we can swap to D-Knight? Because, like, looking at the ranges, Drapion could absolutely set up Swords Dance against Lucario. Unlikely, because it probably sees a kill with Aqua Tail. Just based on, like, the lowest rolls of Rock Blast and Liquidation on Cloyster. Well, it's what, about 60%, a little less? It's possible. Though if Liquidation drops her defense, it's definitely doing that. Okay, I think... Yeah, the answer is to just get at least 3 attack drops on Luxray, which we can do really consistently by looping Gyarados and Steelix into Gyarados and Steelix. Because, like, Gyarados, how much do you take from Superpower? Crit? Okay, you do take quite a lot. So we need to make sure that Gyarados is always above that range. Which shouldn't be too difficult. It's just a matter of if Gyarados gets crit. Because if Gyarados gets crit, then we have to do the swap straight from Steelix to Torterra. Although we could potentially, on how low its HP gets, incorporate instead of Gyarados, like Slowbro? Not Slowbro, because we need to make sure that it has as much HP as possible for Cloyster. I think this line's acceptable, though. And that's kind of the problem with these Pyre Grunts, is that they're all really inconsistent and kind of hard to manage. Okay. Equip Drag with Citrus Berry. Except it's equipped Dragonite and Slow. And potentially, yeah, Steelix. Maybe even Lucario? It's basically giving everyone a Citrus Berry, actually, which is kind of funny. Equip, Drag, Slow, Steel, with Citrus Berry. Yeah, we're giving it to Gyarados, too. But yeah, the nice thing is that Gyarados always baits Zing Zap, so that's always a free swap back to Steelix. Yeah, no, if we are able to get its attack all the way down to -4, then Torterra can pretty safely swap into Drapion to 1v1. And this is only under the worst case scenario where, like, Inteleon makes us fight Drapion, or specifically fight Luxray second. Okay. So equip Dragonite, Slowbro, Steelix, Gyarados. Let me see if I can find a better item for Lucario. Gyarados with Citrus Berry. Equip Tort with... I also could potentially give Torterra the Life Orb. Because Life Orb makes Earthquake a guaranteed KO, I'm almost certain. Yeah, 103. It would probably make the switch-in line less consistent, but the stay-in line more consistent. The nice thing also is that Cross Poison and Night Slash have the same usage chance, functionally. So it's like a 1 in 2 and then a 1 in 10, so 1 in 20 to get poisoned on any given turn. Technically even less than that, because there is a very small range where it could go for Aqua Tail instead. And the nice thing is that if something... Because I don't need the Soft Sand, is the thing. It would mean that Earthquake is a guaranteed 2-hit KO. Unless we crit, but... Worth noting that because this thing has a scope lens and is using high crit moves, all of its moves have a 1 in 2 to crit, which is scary. But theoretically, we can clean up with something like Dragonite if we get its HP low enough. Vis-a-vis Extreme Speed. Hell, even Vacuum Wave does more than I thought it would. Probably just want Black Belt on Lucario then. Vacuum Wave on Lucario for the euphoria of the Cloyster high roll, where we swap in on Rock Blast and kill it before it gets to liquidation. Equip Luca with black belt. It's technically better than a 1 in 16 because also any crit would do it. Okay. So opens Intel. Sorry, Inti. I really want to play another one of the Mystery Dungeon games on stream, chat. I think that's how, if we beat Run and Bun, that's how I'm going to celebrate, is by playing one of the Explorers games, or seeing if I can get one of the 3DS games up here, honestly. I kind of really want to revisit Gates to Infinity, because I think that'd be fun. So open with drag, use B break, use B break, KO with E speed. I'm thinking about buying a ticket to watch Iron Lung in theaters. You should do that. I'm not a horror junkie. I get scared very easy, and I do not like the sensation of getting scared. I was having an awful time from the 1 in 25 chance that Gengar blew up on my Kecleon. I'm not sure I could handle 2 hours of sustained stress in a small environment with Markiplier. But like, if that's your vibe, go for it, Diva. I know Mintmod and some of her friends are gonna go see it on... Are you seeing Iron Lung on Premiere? Yeah, they're gonna go see it on Premiere night. And she's gonna tell me how it was. When is that, by the way? It's coming up, isn't it?
It is coming.
End of this month? Okay. What day of the week? I just want to know if I have like a weekend night to myself. I don't know. Okay, so KO with stream speed. Swap to Ploy. Swap to slow. Swappa to Luca.
I want to say it's the last.
The reason we have to 2-hit KO with Vacuum Wave instead of 1-hit KO with Aura Sphere is because all of its moves have a chance to flinch, yada yada. Low-key, I'm pretty sure this Cloister is the entire reason we've kept Vacuum Wave on Lucario this whole time. God, I wish we weren't a minus special attack nature. Just like, if we were modest. Not even necessarily modest, but like, God, I wish. Honestly, okay, I don't know how busted this would be. It probably would be too busted if changing natures was 2 scales instead of 3. Yeah, I don't know. Because I think it could be fun to do something like, I don't know, I feel like there should be an ability for like swapping abilities. Maybe it's like 2 scales to swap abilities, 5 scales to get your hidden ability. And then, yeah, leave it at 3 to swap natures. It sucks, because, like, you do have enough scales to theoretically get away with swapping natures. But Hannah will shoot me with a gun if I do that. Swap to Lux. Ooh. It's not Luxu, it's Luxur. Is this really my first Luxray? Okay, swap to Luxray. Swap to Stee. Swap to Yair. If no crit. Swap to... Well, no. I think it's still swap to Yair, swap to Stee. Swap to Stee, because that's 1 from Intimidate, 2 from Superpower 1, and then 3 from Superpower 2, yeah. Swap to Torque. Oh, hold on. If safe, swap to Yair. Swap to Torque. I.e. if Gyarados is above the get crit to death by superpower range. which thankfully is not an incredibly high range. I do wonder if its attack is at -3, and we somehow swap it on a crunch and get our defense dropped to -1. Thankfully, its attack is dropped so low that we can pretty safely swap to a Steelix and then swap back to Torterra. Potentially even looping more superpowers. We could actually probably, assuming Steelix has enough health, like if it came in on Zing Zap instead of superpower. Because it's always coming in on Zing Zaps. Actually, yeah, we could probably get away with... Assuming it has a Citrus Berry, yeah, we could definitely get away with a Facade. Because Torterra can't be crit. Okay. Sorry. Use Synthesis until full HP. OHKO with Earthquake. Swap to Drap. 1 to 2 hit KO with Earthquake. Okay. I think this is pretty solid. Thankfully, Inteleon should only ever get 2 turns. So as long as it sets up Light Screen to reflect at least once, we're safe. Because, yeah, it's Brick Break, yeah, break into screens, fast kill with E-Speed. Potentially, if we're lucky and we get a crit on something. Because, yeah, 35 and 37. Just want to look at... God. 42% off an extreme speed would be crazy. Okay. Let's get her set up. Because, yeah, I will say the nice thing about Luxray, if Luxray comes in second, we know it's guaranteed going for a Zing Zap, pretty much. We kind of have control over that, so we could potentially eke a little more out of the whole switching scenario to see if we can get Torterra's HP, like, even higher for once Luxray goes down. I'm honestly wondering if, no, because pre-burn would obviously reduce her damage. Alright, Maisie. Back to your spot in the cutie squad. Deidre gets to go to her first fight already. The ever-escalating in usefulness Kaylin. I wonder. Yeah, okay. Am I crazy, or did we just get this song? That might be crazy. Yeah. Need to make sure that Dollop does not get killed. One of our most important party members coming up. Okay. Deidre gets Citrus Berry. Kaylin gets a Citrus Berry. Kaylin doesn't need to get a Citrus Berry, but like Kaylin can have a Citrus Berry. Talon gets the Black Belt. Looking at Cloyster again, just to make sure I'm doing this math right. Critical hit Rock Blast does a max of 16%. Critical hit Liquidation does a max of 71%. Combine that, that's like, yeah, 85. Okay. Slowbro does in fact always bait Rock Blast. Or again, Shell Smash. Dragonite never baits Shell Smash because Cloyster always sees a fast kill with Icicle Spear. Oop, not that. Okay. Maya also gets a citrus. And Turtle gets the soft sand. The nice thing is I'm pretty sure Turtle can kind of just win the War of Attrition against Drapion. Like, even if we get poisoned, as long as Drapion doesn't set up Sword Stance, we can just sit on it, click Synthesis, kill, I think. Just something I was kind of neglecting before, like, even if we get poisoned. So that's good. If it does get off one of those, we are in trouble. But a lot needs to go wrong for that to happen. I understand why they don't have a PC positioned in Mount Pyre, but it'd be really nice if they did. It was actually fucking up my pathing to headbang for that. Banger. Okay. I'm gonna go think, did I already read Watermelon's goodbye message? If I didn't, bye Watermelon. Lovely seeing you as always. We don't have barbecue sauce. We don't. I used up the last of it making flatbreads. Do we have an Alfredo? We get chicken Alfredo.
Do you want me to start?
I'm not hungry yet, but I feel like I should probably eat sooner rather than later, so that way I don't spoil my appetite for, like, dinner. Honestly, I would not bitch about a bowl of fries, but, like, big-ass bowl of fries. Would you be willing to fill my water? Thank you. It's in the bedroom. Okay. Let's fucking go. This fight makes me nervous. This fight makes me nervous. Nerpus. This fight makes me. Citrus berry, black belt, citrus berry, soft sand. Literally just checked everyone. It's fine. Okay. I'm checking everyone one more time. Citrus, black belt, citrus, soft sand. Because I feel like I calced this fight too fast, if I'm being completely honest. And that makes me nervous in its own weird way. It's chill, April. It's so fucking fine. You got this. Thank you, Izzy. I do got this. Probably. Rip it. Okay. We want to see Inteleon, click Reflect or Light Screen turn 1. If it does that, we're basically, like, guaranteed to be safe, I think. Reflect. Okay. That's the first one. Bonk. We would love to see it do it again. Okay. Best fight start RNG. Ooh. Crit mattered. Thankfully, it does not have a way to make its things priority. We, however, have a thing to make our thing priority. Bonk. Welcome to the team, Deidre. Alright, next in should be Cloyster. Sees a kill with Icicle Spear. It has Liquidation, Icicle Spear, Rock Blast, and Shell Smash. Because we are at full HP, it is always clicking Icicle Spear. It has skill links, so all of its attacks hit 5 times in a row, and it's holding a King's Rock to try to make you flinch. We are going to swap Deidre to Kalen. Kalen takes at most 24% from Icicle Spear without crit. I'm not speeding up through this. 5 times, 1 crit. Okay. We show it a kill with Future Sight, which I think means that it doesn't click Shell Smash. Shell Smash AI is a little weird. It's fine if it clicks Shell Smash, is the thing. But it should be going for Rock Blast. We are going to swap to Talon. Rock Blast. It does 4 damage per hit. Occasionally 5. High roll. Low roll. High roll. Ooh, 2 high rolls that do 5 damage instead of 4. No crits. All right, chat. There's a 1 in 16 chance that Vacuum Wave kills. Technically 2 1 in 16 chances for regular hit and then crit. Does Talon clutch up and get the 1-hit KO? Nah. Okay, defense drops. So that means that Luxray is basically going for random move. But we at least get the KO. Alright, in comes Luxray, who sees fast kill with basically everything. Because Talon is at 94, its defense is at -1. Doesn't see a kill... Oh wait, that's burned. Doesn't see a kill with Crunch, doesn't see a kill with the Sod. Could be Zing Zap, could be Superpower. Okay. Okay. This Luxray wants to click either Zing Zap or Superpower. We would prefer it click Zing Zap. We are going to swap Talon to Dollop. Though Superpower is not awful. Nice. We take no damage. Luxray is burned. It has yet to use any stat reducing moves, so it is now going to go for Superpower. We are going to swap to Gyarados, who takes at most 58% from Superpower crit. I believe. 39, caps at 58, yeah. Gyarados is going to drop its attack. From Intim. We want to see no crit, obviously. No crit. Are we above 137? We are, which means we get to loop this. Okay. The lower Luxray can get its own stats, the better. So it is at -2 attack, -1 defense. Thank you for Water Wife. It still sees a KO with Zing Zap. So we are going to swap Aramaya back to Dollop. Zing Zap obviously does nothing. It still sees that its highest damage against Dollop is superpower. Gyarados always lives a crit. Attack is at -3. We're still above. Hold on. Attack is now at -4. Defense is at -2. Superpower crit does a max of 137, which means we are safe to loop it one more time to get it to minimum attack. It's going to go for Zing Zap. We are going to swap to Dollop. Okay. Swap to Aramaya. Attack goes to -5. 137, we always live. Okay. Its attack's at -6. Its defense is at -3. It sees highest damage is Zing Zap, which is a completely safe swap to Turtle. It does a max of 17.2% with Facade. We one-hit KO with Earthquake. We cannot be crit. Did 42 damage. I think that was a max roll. Wait, no, that did 37? Okay, mid-roll. Alright, and last in is Drapion, who we should be able to hopefully just one-hit KO with Earthquake. Cross Poison does a max of 50 or 25.8%. If it doesn't poison us, we're definitely fine. It did not poison us. Do we get the one-hit KO? We get the one-hit KO. Thank you, Dragonite, for making that really, really safe. Letting Hannah know. Grunt, hold on. Grunt number 2 down. Okay. Annoyingly though, this next fight is a double battle, as you can see. So that sucks. I need to pee, so I'm going to go to be right back and do that. Alright, kids, I haven't even looked at this next fight. So, I guess let's look at this next fight. Well, there's at least only 4 guys, but I see Vicious Rend. So that's funny. Damn, Dragonite? Okay, 1-hit KO that Dracovish. Why not? You are incredibly bulky. Shit, so does Noivern. But I'm guessing Toxicroak, yeah, Fake Out, Helping Hand. Okay, Focus Band. Yes, we want to take out the right side first. Because I have to assume D-Knight, yeah. Also has the chance to KO Toxicroak with Dual Wing Beat. Like, it's got a Focus Band, but we can just kind of overwhelm this one with quantity of hits. And it doesn't, like, have a chance to explode on us. So... Sludge Bomb and Aura Sphere. If only we had a Steel Ghost type. No, but what we want is... The nice thing about Tailwind is we don't need to worry about our guys being faster than their guys. Dragon Rush, Vicious Rend, Psychic Fangs, Crunch. Yeah, this seems like it's solved relatively easily with a guy who has, friggin... What's the word I'm looking for? Protect. Like... Yeah, Mudkip baits basically anything into it. Oh, perfect, and Basculin only has Liquidation. Makes it a really hard thing to switch into, but... Dragonite is only able to KO it with Draco Meteor, though. And we're dropping our own attack to KO the first guy. Worth noting that Mega Garchomp could potentially do some damage. Not guaranteed damage, but some. Does regular Garchomp. Good. Does live. Does live. Okay. I mean, we could just rely on the fact that we take 2 turns to KO Basculin. It's not too awful. Tinker swaps into Liquidation really good. While Rain probably does. Less good. Although we actually have to consider that whatever swaps into it theoretically needs to live it plus another move and then still show it a kill. So like Turtonator, maybe. Just something that's crit proof. Takes a lot from Liquid. Takes a lot from those. And Liquidation isn't guaranteed to proc, something like whatchamacallit. That's pretty good, but... Hold on. Notably, these are all special moves. So, dropping the defense of the thing we swap into is safe. So, let's assume we have Mudkip on deck. Or actually, it would probably be better to use Togedemaru. Because Togedemaru always baits Aura Sphere because it can never click Sludge Bomb. We just have to pre-damage ourselves to 17. Because also Aura Sphere can't poison us. 35, 62. Yeah, I think Liquidation into Aura Sphere doesn't kill Torterra. Obviously, the thing that swaps in after that needs to be able to live, because... Well, hold on. Dueling Beat, because I could potentially DWB into E-Speed. Let's see. Sharp Beak. We can DWB into E-Speed. Okay, nice. And Torterra's HP will definitely be dropped low enough to show a kill to one of Toxicroak's moves. Oh, this is looking to be a very strong start. And the nice thing is that Dragonite's still on the field once Basket Legion goes down to start DWB and Toxicroak. Let's say Aura Sphere and Sludge Bomb, all we need to do is cycle back and forth between someone immune to poison and someone immune to fighting. Raichu, Thunderbolt, Fake Out, Helping Hand, Grass Knot. Yeah, annoying, but not impossible to beat. Focus Band, too. Lamau. Oh, yeah. Honestly, it's a shame that Torterra loses so much HP earlier, because otherwise I can just kind of 1v1 this thing. All we need is a couple capable ground types. Hold on, actually, we probably need someone else to swap into Excadrill. Yeah, because Aura Sphere could absolutely kill you. Oh, we could use Nidoking. Not awful. Because we can't do, like, pre-damage to beta-specific moves, that way we can start cycling. We would need to use, like, Nidoking and then... But also Nidoking would need to be pre-damaged enough to show a kill to these moves after getting hit by them, and it would need to specifically be Aura Sphere. It's a bit too difficult there. Yeah. I mean, if we could get in a guy who has knockoff and is good at using it, that could be cool. Or, oh, none of its moves make contact. That's really funny. So that way you can't get its focus band vis-a-vis contact moves. So, turn one. Well, first, I suppose, Pyre Grunt 4, or sorry, 5, and 6. Equip, drag, with Sharp Beak. 3 damage Toge to 17. Okay. Togedemaru always baits Aura Sphere into Torterra, so we don't need to worry about giving Torterra some kind of held item. Because, yeah, Liquidation. 244 minus 152. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I think I was joking about this with Hannah, but it's like, Torterra has really been on the bench for a while. It's so nice to see it coming back, like, in force for this chunk of the game. Turns out being crit proof is really fucking useful. Okay, so 152. We're not getting hit by Sludge Bomb, so it's going to be Aura Sphere, so minus 87. Special moves, we don't need to worry about our stats getting dropped. Okay. Aura Sphere does a lot to Corviknight. Could be problematic. Okay. Bring Slowbro. takes too much from Aura Sphere to come in for a fake out. Because the problem is, once we get, what are the words I'm looking for here? Once we get down to just Toxicroak, it's kind of hard to consistently bait moves after switching. Well, Dreadnought could do it. Pre-damage it, so that way if it takes a Sludge Bomb, it baits an Aura Sphere. If it takes an Aura Sphere, it always baits a Sludge Bomb. That's 182 plus... not minus. 180... 182 plus... 51 is 233. So, 233. Now let's assume... yeah, Aura Sphere does a max of 216. That should probably provide us with enough stall time. Look, you know what? We're fucking getting use out of Dreadnought. Very glad for that. This thing fucking blew chunks for a while. I might use Kecleon to try to beat Raichu. I don't know. It's also got a focus band, so that's annoying. And critical hit Thunderbolt. But Kecleon with a Cherry Berry is always able to get off a fake out. Because at this point, we KO Basculin on the turn Torterra swaps in. Or no, is it the turn we swap to Dreadnought? So, Togedemaru and Dragonite. Spiky Shield with Toge. Low-key, couldn't you Toxic Raichu with Roserade? You know? It's not an awful idea. It's not too bad. I forget that I have Toxic, honestly. We could also use, like, Perish Song if we want to be funny. Because who doesn't love getting in an unnecessary Perish Song kill? Poison Touch, Lightning Rod, Strong Jaw, Adaptability. Just realized I should double check their abilities because the thing has Lightning Rod. Gotta make sure that Toxicroak doesn't have something that stops me from getting kills where I want to. Yeah, I know, Perish Song would mean I'd have to pivot my guys. But I mean, as long as we bring 2 ground types in the back, like... okay. So, opens... Toxie and Draco, or Drac. Yep, just Drac. Open with... open with Drag, and Abaddon, and Toge. OHKO Drac with D Meteor, use Shield. Swap to Toxie and Bask. Use DWB. Is Wing Beat one word? It is one word. So D Wing Beat on Bask. Swap Toge to Tort. KO Bask with extreme speed is 2 words. E-speed. Swap. Tort. 2. Dread. Metroid Dread. So we established we need to pre-damage Dreadnought to 233. Pre-damage Dread to... We might need to incorporate one extra guy who's good at bulking Toxicroak moves. Swap to Toxie. Altaria could be decent. Yeah, Rose can switch in on most of these moves. Sludge Bomb can't poison her, which is nice. Because it's not guaranteed to be Aura Sphere, right? Yeah, because Dreadnought swapping in... Well, I suppose if we gave Dreadnought a Citrus Berry, then yeah, it would always be Aura Sphere, which is nice. So, yeah. Getting my notation wrong. Quick drag with Sharp Beak, pre-damage. How did I do that wrong? Wait. Hold on. Get that out of there. Copy that text. There we go. Quick drag with Sharp Beak. Whip. Dread with Citrus Berry. I just realized, Dragonite, or not Dragonite, I don't think Gyarados used its Citrus Berry last fight, did it? Yeah, it got dropped to like 117. Well, in 233 divided by 2. Yeah, it was 116. 1 point above using up its Citrus, that's funny. Okay. Because, yeah, pre-damage means that if Dreadnought gets hit by Sludge Bomb, it's always going to be in specifically Aura Sphere range. If it gets hit by Aura Sphere, it gets healed up to be brought out of Sludge Bomb range. So it's always baiting Aura Sphere. Which, true, Aura Sphere doesn't do a lot to Roserade. I'm just trying to think about, like, we might need to hit it a couple of times with Dual Wing Beat, depending. And, like, who could I get in on this? Because, like, I could use a Ghost type. Actually, I suppose if I pre-damage Delmise enough to always die to Sludge Bomb, it swaps in on Aura Sphere, blanks it, shows kill to Sludge Bomb, swap to Togedemaru, blanks it, shows kill to Aura Sphere, swap to Delmise. Let's Dragonite just sit there and click Dual Wing Beat. It means we're potentially a little scarce on, like, guys who can hang out while Raichu clicks Thunderbolt is the thing. We'd be a little light on HP. But we're kind of already a little light on HP, aren't we? Because, like... The nice thing is that Raichu is probably... Oh, wait. Yeah, depending on who's on the field, it might not even... Togedemaru also can notably swap in, fake out Toxicroak, and use Spiky Shield for more turn delay. I suppose we can also rely on the fact that we don't actually... Because what we could do is we could swap to Roserade. If it ever hits Roserade, it's only with Sludge Bomb. Like, it's never going to Aura Sphere the Roserade slot. We don't care necessarily if Toxicroak does damage to Dragonite. So we can bring in Roserade on Aura Sphere, and then either it goes for Sludge Bomb, which is a free swap to Toge, or it attacks Dragonite, which means it's not hitting the Toge slot. Toge comes in, fake out Spiky Shield, while Dragonite does its business. Could potentially be a bit of a nuisance if Sludge Bomb poisons Dragonite, but it means that we actually don't need to pre-damage. Because then Raichu comes in, it probably fakes out Roserade. Or I suppose fake out Toge since Dragonite's immune. Let's drag swap to... I think Excadrill and Roserade could probably beat this thing. Whatever takes the least damage from it. Grass Knot is a contact move, which is really funny. Garchomp. It would have to not click Earthquake for obvious reasons, but... Dual Chop is a 2-hit move once Raichu's HP gets low enough. We never die from a 2-hit KO to Grass Knot. Immune to Thunderbolt. I don't hate it. Okay. So yeah, assuming it's Dragonite and Toge on the field when Raichu comes out, it's like swap Dragonite to Roserade, swap Toge to Garchomp, because hopefully Raichu tries to fake out the Toge slot. So then it just fakes out into Rough Skin. Yeah, no, Cherry Berry Rose. It's Cherry Berry Rose, Citrus Berry Chomp. And like the nice thing is Roserade's on the field. It can still just click Leaf Storm after we get Toxic up. Honestly, it should actually Leaf Storm first, right? It should just try to get the 1-hit KO. Oh wait, that's with Life Orb. Cherry Berry. There we go. Like, it should only try to set up Toxic after we've failed to kill the Raichu. Okay. Swap to Toxie. Use D Wing Beat on Toxie. Swap Dread to Rose. Oop, that should be on the same line. Swap Dread to Rose. Use D Wing Beat on Toxie. Swap Rose to Toge. I'm assuming it's dead at this point, but I'm still going to use D Wing Beat on Toxie. Use F out on Toxie. Just completing the full loop. Use D-Wing Beat on Toxie. Use Spiky Shield. Swap to Reich. Rick. Okay. Depending on Dragonite's HP, it can also probably just stay in to click dual Wing Beat on Raichu. Or Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed would do more damage. But no, we should probably swap Garchomp on the turn it goes for fake out, right? Well, because it's never going to fake out the Dragonite slot, actually. And it'll definitely see a kill on Raichu. Or Togedemaru. Okay. So yeah. Toge would be the swap to Rose, or Rose is just already on the field. So, swap, drag to Rose, swap Toge, sorry, swap drag to Gark, swap to... No, it would be drag to Rose. Use L Storm. Use D Chop. Use Toxic. Use D Chop. Figure it out. Fuckwit. Alright, decent enough line. Not decent enough. It's a good line. Equip Dread and Gark with Citrus Berry. Equip Rose with Cherry Berry. Okay. Checking my phone real quickly. Alright, oh yeah, T-Bolt crit plus Aura Sphere crit's like 80%, maybe 90. 27... 32, 50, sorry. Yeah, Roserade's fine. And the nice thing is that it's like, okay, we know Roserade baits Thunderbolt. Swap to Torterra, baits Grass Knot, swap to Roserade, baits Thunderbolt, swaps to Torterra, like... We've got games we can play. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, Sharpbeak. Toge doesn't need an item. Torterra doesn't need an item. Because we want to make sure it doesn't overheal. And potentially show kill to D-Knight. Excuse me. I like just getting to send Hannah all of my clutter notes. It's fun. Okay. Oop. I believe that is the fry alarm. The fralarm, if you will. Okay. Yeah, wow, no one used any of their citrus berries. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Yeah, you know, I was really scared, but we honestly have a lot of really good answers for basically every fight. It's kind of crazy. Out of curiosity. Right, Fish's Friend is a water move. That's why it doesn't see a kill on Dragonite, because it's not very effective. Okay. Where is my friggin' Dragonite's right there. Maisie, return from little guy box. We don't need to worry about Maisie level up, since Maisie only needs to show kill on the first turn or only needs to show kill to fake out on the first turn, so before it has a chance to gain any XP. Come on, Laylaps. I do want to double check my math on this, though. Some things here feel very vibe-based. Which, to be fair, they kind of have to be when you're going into a double battle that has 2 guys with focus bands. Okay, Toge, Fake Out, 17, 14. Okay, let's do our pre-damage. Tools, scripting, load recent script. So slot 2 to 17 HP. Oop. Actually, just confirming, do you have any Dragon Rush, Vicious Rend, Psychic Fangs, Crunch? Do not believe any of these are spread moves. I am going to confirm that Dragon Rush isn't secretly a spread move. Nope, just a contact move. That notably becomes perfectly accurate if the target has used Minimize. I think it's really funny that it's a body press adjacent. Okay, and then we want to pre-damage slot 4 to 233. 17. Deidre needs the Sharp Beak. Maisie needs nothing. We'll give Maisie the protective pads. Just, I don't believe Maisie can get poisoned. Well, it'd be poison point, not poison touch. So yeah, we give Maisie her cool gloves. Wherever they are. Turtle does not get anything. Laylaps gets citrus. Rose gets a cherry. And Barley gets a citrus. Hi Dot, welcome to stream. Okay. That's right, I gave Maisie protective pads for the funsies. And honestly, we can give Turtle, like, soft sand. What are we up to today? We are beating the demonically tricky fights atop Mount Pyre against various Team Aqua Grunts. We've got 2 down, we have 1 more to go. We thankfully dodged a 1 in 25 chance at the start of the stream to just immediately lose our Kecleon. So I'm really happy about that. And I've had a shockingly easy time calcing the fights that come after. Which I suppose isn't a bad thing, but it's like, huh. Okay. So, here, let's mute this. I want to double check our math on everything. I believe this line is good, but once again, it's like too easy almost. Wait for my lovely femme to finish getting ready so we can go on a date. Well, have fun with date. I get to go on a fondue date with my lovely person of specific aesthetics who does not identify with those terms, so I will not call her that. My hot wife who looks really good in short sleeves. Okay. So, doing our due diligence. So, fight starts with Dragonite against Toxicroak and Dracovish. Dracovish does not see a kill on Dragonite. Toxicroak does not see a kill on Dragonite. Notably, Toxicroak. You know, I'm now realizing I don't need to pre-damage Togedemaru. Dragonite has inner focus, so I don't think it ever tries to fake out the Dragonite slot. It always fakes out the Togedemaru slot. I'm gonna double check this in the AI doc, but I'm pretty sure we actually get to have full HP on Maisie, because it still wants to use fake out. Since it doesn't see a kill on anything, it could potentially Aura Sphere Maisie, but that's the same thing, functionally. Control F. Fake out. Okay, it's the AI's first turn on the field, and your Pokemon does not have Shield, Dust, or Inner Focus. +9. Player is not, oh wait. So we do show it a fast kill, technically, because of Dual Wing Beat. I actually don't see a thing. I suppose it doesn't. It just flat out doesn't get the +9. So it doesn't get highest move or highest usage. If player shows fast kill. Okay. For one thing, I don't think Dragonite even getting hit by critical hit fake out would cause that much of a problem. I don't think. 42% or 42 damage. So 231 minus 42, because we resist liquidation on Basculegion, or regular Basculin. Yes, we wouldn't show a kill to it. Probably wouldn't be at risk of T-Bolt. I'm going to ask Dexcord about this. Because I would prefer to have as much HP as possible on Toge, so that way it's able to switch around. Like if we potentially need to while we're stalling Raichu. What are you boys doing? Play nice. Stop biting your brother. You're getting put on the camera. Oh no, that tail is way too stiff. That cat will beat my ass if I lift it any higher. Okay. Gamers. If I have inner focus, it's a double battle. I have inner focus on one guy who shows a kill to something with fake out. Does it still click it because dead with prio move? Or if I showed it a kill on my teammate with a different move, would it just click that instead? Thank you for fries, wife. Delicious fries. A blessing unto me in this house. Mmm. £6 bag of fries was worth it.
Did you know they were seasoned fries when you got them?
Yes.
They're good.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Dexcord is too busy talking about Platinum Kaizo to answer any questions. Okay. So, I'm gonna look at the Sil calc, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it would still go for it into Dragonite because we showed a kill. Interesting. The Sil calc says 0. Break, Dual Wing Beat, yeah, okay. I wonder if Focus Band affects that. I might still pre-damage Toge enough to make sure that it at least sees a kill with Aura Sphere, but... I want a second opinion. He could probably still have used a little salt, I think.
What?
He probably could have used a little salt still, I think.
I put a little, but I wasn't sure how much flavor.
Because
so.
season, yeah. Okay. Oh, because it's faster than us. That's why it doesn't see go for fake out. Duh. It doesn't need to use a priority move to stop it from dying because it sees that we kill it. I think to play it safe, we pre-damage Toge to 174. And we still know we're always taking Aura Sphere on Torterra slot. There we go. So it sees fast kill on Toge, so it always goes for that. Or potentially fake out, but I don't think it's ever fake out. So let me adjust. Tools, scripting, free damage, slot 1 or slot 2 to 174 instead. Oh yeah, because even if we didn't, we want to make sure that it sees Aura Sphere kill on Toge after it's done using fake out. Yeah, the music's definitely looping. We've heard Faint Courage a couple times, I feel like. Cool mixtape. Okay, so back to figuring out the calc. So turn 1, Toxicroak goes for an Aura Sphere or a Fake Out into the Togedemaru slot. It does not attack Dragonite. Dracovish goes to attack Togedemaru. Both of their attacks get blanked by... Okay, good. Togedemaru always shifts kill with Liquidation. I assume even at level 74? Yes, good. Because I do need to make sure about that, too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Okay. So... Masculine, Dracovish, Raichu. What the fuck am I doing? Right. So we KO Dracovish with Draco Meteor. They both attack into Toge. In comes Basculin. We are going to 2-hit KO Basculin with Dual Wing Beat. It's possible we 1-hit KO it. No downside to KOing it early, vis-a-vis crit. But Dual Wing Beat, as it liquidations into Torterra, doing at most 152. Toxicroak then does at least 73 into it with Aura Sphere, because it'll never go for Sludge Bomb because Toge was immune. Yeah, and it sees a kill, so it doesn't go for Fake Out or Helping Hand either. Right? Hold on. Let me see something. Torterra, under the effects of Helping Hand. Okay. If it, for whatever reason, goes for Helping Hand, Torterra still lives. That's the important part. Though, let me double check Helping Hand usage. Typically, if something sees a fast kill... Okay, yeah, it's just always a chance to use it at +6. Unless the partner's using a status move. So, definitely never goes for that. Okay. After all that, Toxicroak will see a kill on Torterra with either Sludge Bomb or Aura Sphere. We have pre-damaged Dreadnought such so that... Let's confirm. We said 233 minus the lowest roll on Aura Sphere is 182. Drops us to 51. Okay. We actually might not even need a Citrus Berry. We might just need an Oran Berry. Because Aurasphere does 182. Oh no, that's low roll Aurasphere though. We need to account for high roll as well. Okay, so let's assume, yeah, we get hit by high roll Aurasphere. Double checking my work is very difficult. 246 divided by 4. 4, 6. Are the cats locked? No, they're just bashing each other into the freaking closet door. 2, 4, 6 divided by 4 is 61.5. Now, assuming Dreadnought is at 233, we take the highest roll of Aurasphere is 216. We live with 17. We regain 61 HP. We are at 78. We never show a kill to Sludge Bomb. Now, let's assume that we are at 233. We take the highest roll of Sludge Bomb, which is 60. And get poisoned and lose an eighth of our max HP. Definitely doesn't put us in Sludge Bomb range. Yeah, so that's always Aurasphere into Roserade. And notably, min roll plus heal still keeps Dreadnought. Hold on, let's confirm. So 233 minus the lowest roll is 182 of Aurasphere. Drops us to 51 plus 61 is 112. Above Sludge Bomb range. 182. Yeah. And then lastly, 233 minus the lowest roll on Sludge Bomb is 51. Drops us to 182, which is the lowest Aurasphere range. So yes, always goes for Aurasphere. If it does the Sludge Bomb variant, we get to save a Citrus Berry. Swap to Roserade. Takes an Aurasphere. Baits a Sludge Bomb. Potentially. Now, the thing that I'm trying to think about here is that, like, yeah, getting hit by critical hit Sludge Bomb could be kind of awkward. Because if Dragonite gets hit by Sludge Bomb and poisoned, it can still stay in for a second. It can click, because it's clicking Dual Wing Beat at least twice at this point. And if Toge comes in, because yeah, the only turn that we could get hit by Sludge Bomb is the turn that Roserade swaps to Toge, and at which point Toge has a Fake Out it can use, and Dragonite can use Extreme Speed. So like, there are a lot of chances for us to drop this thing. Or sorry, Toge can click Fake Out, and we can click Dual Wing Beat, and then we can still Extreme Speed if we are truly desperate. In comes Raichu. Swap Dragonite to Roserade. Swap Toge to Garchomp. Yeah, there's a chance Raichu goes for Thunderbolt into Dragonite, assuming we get hit by a crit poison Sludge Bomb. But that should be fine. It's very likely to just go for Fake Out into the Togedemaru slot. Okay, we're fine. We're doing great. We are doing so fucking good. All right, kids, let's do this. And then after this is the big one. The really big one. The one where we gotta boom some guys. At least one, probably two. And notably, we do need to pick a side for this fight. There are two items here. Until we beat Mount Pyre, we can only get access to one of them. The Rare Candy and the Tailwind TM. Now, considering that our current cache of rare candies is pretty good, over half of the available rare candies in the game, Tailwind theoretically has more use. I feel like a Comet Shard should do really big damage off Fling for the same reason that Big Nugget does. But instead of just being like a meteorite, it's like a shuriken. Give it like a flinch chance or like a high crit ratio. Okay. Let me check the map. I believe Tailwind is on the left side. Gotta go into Google Drive for this one. Running on maps. Don't worry, I'm gonna do team check in a second. Control F. Just gonna Google Pyre. Yeah, so we want to stand all the way to the right. So, Deidre, holding the Sharp Beak, has Draco Meteor, has Dual Wing Beat. Maisie has Fake Out, Spiky Shield, Protective Pads. Turtle, Woodhammer, Giga Drain. Turtle's just here to swap into shit, and has the Soft Sand just in case, because we can't risk giving her a healing item. Laylaps has been pre-damaged to 233, has a Citrus Berry. Rose has a Cherry Berry, and knows Toxic. And Varley has a Citrus Berry and knows Dual Chop. Okay. We're fine. We're doing great. Okay. And it doesn't matter who's on what side, because these are two trainers with two Pokemon each, so there is no bait order. They never Fake Out Deirdre. They always attack an Amazing. Okay. But yeah, as you can see, they're like blocking paths, so you need to stand all the way over to one side to have them move over enough to make room. It's similar to the Shed Shell trainers. Out comes Toxicroak, out comes Dracovish. Out comes Dragonite, out comes Maisie. Okay. Dracovish sees a kill on Maisie with Vicious Rend. Toxicroak sees a kill on Maisie with Aura Sphere, or it could just go for Fake Out. Deirdre is slower than their team, but is able to one-hit KO Dracovish with Draco Meteor. Maisie is going to click Spiky Shield. Okay. Okay. Bonk. Excellent. We drop our special attack. Thankfully, that doesn't matter. What the fuck is a Dracovish? It is two fossils put together incorrectly. It is a part of 4 fossil Pokemon that are based on, like, the old English habit of inventing dinosaurs by mismatching skeletons together. Wait, is it really? Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Did you not know that, boss? So, like, there's 2 different guys who have its head, and there's, like, 2 different butts. So, like, its head is stuck on the tail of a different fossil, rather than, like, the neck. Okay. In comes Basculin. If we get really lucky with some crits, Dual Wing Beat immediately KOs Basculin. Toxicroak wants to Aura Sphere Maisie. Basculin wants to Liquidation Maisie. Those hits combined never kill Turtle. Liquidation. Doesn't matter if it gets the defense drop. Okay. Now, we are able to secure KO on Basculin with extreme speed. Toxicroak is going to use either Aura Sphere or Sludge Bomb into Turtle. We are going to swap Turtle to Laylaps, who lives both of those. We would prefer to see Sludge Bomb, but Aura Sphere is fine. Sludge Bomb saves us a Citrus Berry. Hi, Hannah. Welcome to stream. D-Knight the hero. D-Knight really has done a lot for us up here already. Down goes Basculin. Good. Sludge Bomb saves us the Citrus. Now, confirming, 179 HP on Laylaps. Shows Aura Sphere, his lowest roll is 182. So Toxicroak will always use Aura Sphere on Laylaps, which means we are safe to swap into Roserade. We are going to use Dual Wing Beat. There is a chance Dual Wing Beat just kills this turn. It is not guaranteed, though. We are going to swap Laylaps to Roserade. We are now essentially going to try to War of Attrition this Focus Band with a sheer quantity of attacks. Roserade takes at most like 18% without crit. Well, you know, it's good that we planned for the contingencies. And Roserade is already on the field. This is very ideal for us. Maisie hit level 74. Mark that down in the calculator. Should not matter. Raichu, I'm pretty sure is basically guaranteed to use Fake Out on Roserade's slot. Dragonite, honestly, at -2, your highest damaging move is Extreme Speed, so yeah. We don't need to swap Dragonite out yet since it hasn't taken damage. There's no point in risking Garchomp yet, so we're going to click Extreme Speed, and Roserade is going to click Toxic. Shock of all shocks, it did the thing we expected it to. Okay. Crit. Rose flinched. Raichu does a max of 58% into, or sorry, 58 damage into Rose with Thunderbolt. We are going to use Extreme Speed to hopefully secure KO. We are going to click Toxic. I believe we win this turn. Dragonite got every kill this fight. Deidre's second battle, and she got 4 out of 4 frags. All right. Good afternoon, chat. Hey, curses. That's the last fight pre-Pyre tag. Gird your pussies, chat. No, no, do not walk up. Fuck. We have to grab this right now because if we leave the screen and then come back, he'll have moved back into place. It shouldn't matter, but like, how are we doing today? Just had a very slight panic attack. D-Knight also didn't take any damage. Well, it wasn't meant to. But Hannah, I am pleased to inform you, we did not lose Kecleon. We did not lose Walrein. And everything... We got the Facade Luxray to -6 attack. Which was really funny. Okay. We have to plan for Pyre tag. Thing is, we already have a perfectly riskless line. We're going to see if we can find a different one that's slightly less resource intensive, but it's probably just going to be the one that Hannah cooked up. Facade Luxray was beaten without Gyarados Citrus too. That's true, yeah. Gyarados, once again, the 1 HP hero sat 1 point above what would have procced Citrus Berry. I have added Indrid to the OC pile. Thank you, curses. Not to be confused with Ingrid. Oh, God. It feels so good to be done with those 3 fights. I truly cannot overstate just how much I was dreading those fights. But they were actually, like, low-key really fucking easy. Sans, like, the first one. Okay. So. Say hello to Aqua Leader Archie. Did Talon kill a Cloyster? Talon did kill a Cloyster. For Cloyster, it was swap to Slowbro. Slowbro always baits Rock Blast or Shell Smash, and Shell Smash is fine for us. Swap to Lucario, Vacuum Wave to pop the, to pop Sash, Vacuum Wave again to secure KO. Always lived with at least 10% HP after, Rock Blast Liquidate. My go. Lord General Taloned Westwind of the Sire Military is out here to take names. Okay. So, time to plan for the big one. Opens with Urshifu and Hydreigon. Has Rotom Frost, a Dragalge, a fucking Stakataka, and Mega Sharpedo. So, is it Steelix first, Hannah? It's probably Steelix first. So, normal gem. Why do we need to use a scale on Steelix's attack stat? Explosion kills Urshifu. And it kills Hydreigon. Double battle, right. That is in fact a range. So chat, this is likely where Dollop's journey comes to an end. Also, I assume they still have Tailwind for this, right? Okay. Yeah, and Chockable Shocks. Otherly shows a kill to Surging Strikes. And Dark Pulse. And Dragon Pulse. So, not a chance in hell this thing was going to be able to replace Steelix. We are very lucky. Steelix is a Pokemon that is really good for exactly this moment. I assume... Yeah, wow, Turtonator doesn't do it with normal gem. Yeah, I suppose Steelix does have a better base attack. Yeah, it's probably got to be Steelix. I don't think it's even really much of a question. Now, the other thing that we're really lucky about is that our Camerupt has a really high attack stat. Because it's able to KO Rotom Frost, and it's able to KO Dragalge. Having a 30 attack on this thing saves us a scale. Like... 25... Oh. Okay, where's the line? 15... 16... Okay, yeah. You need to have at least a 16 to get these kills. Custat Berry. Export. Import. So what's going to happen is there's going to be an Urshifu, there's going to be a Hydreigon, we're going to have a partner Delcatty that we cannot control. It's going to click Fake Out into a random slot, and it's not guaranteed to get killed by whatever is attacking back. The goal is to make sure... Because, like, How does this work? Like, okay, yeah, there's Shell's team. So I guess, like, I go to Delcatty, Trainer Shell, Mount Pyre. Yeah, shows a kill to close combat. Shows a kill to anything on Urshifu. Wait. Shell's mins are next in the calc, so you can export them to your side. Nice. Wait a second, so why doesn't Delcatty guaranteed die turn 1? Because it fakes out one of them. Oh, is it because, yeah, like... Urshifu can roll Surging Strikes, I see. It's such a bitch. Okay. So yeah, we are going to import her team. Rhyperior. Trainer Shell, Mount Pyre. For imports and Venusaur. Trainer Shell, Mount Pyre. So, these three are always here. In this order, typically. Because Shell follows AI rules. In the same way that we do. Okay. So yeah, the problem is that Delcatty is not guaranteed to die turn 1, and typically you want it to die turn 1. The way to guarantee that it dies turn 1 is to do it yourself. The nice thing is that Hydreigon always sees a kill on Delcatty, and Urshifu always sees a kill on Delcatty. But if it sees a kill on Delcatty with Surging Strikes and then rolls low, which is pretty likely, all things considered, Delcatty can die. And it fakes out at least one of them. So, fake out into Hydreigon, plus Surging Strikes. I'm now beginning to understand why Peachel, like, got so crestfallen after losing here. God, a lot has to go wrong. Point is, though, Steelix, equipped with a normal gem, with a maximized attack stat, which we will have to do. Unless we want to chance the 1 and 2 that Delcatty specifically fakes out Urshifu Rapid Strike, but... yeah. Basically be like, what, 1 in 3? Or sorry, 1 in 4 that Urshifu survives. But that's obviously problematic. Because if we lose all 3 of our Pokemon, we lose the fight. So, Urshifu comes out. Hydreigon comes out. We blow them both up. We are going to pre-damage Camerupt to 25% max HP. We basically can pre-damage Camerupt to 1 TBH. And we have equipped it with the Custap Berry. We only get one of those in the entire game. Custap Berry says if you are reduced to quarter HP, immediately eat this berry. You get +1 priority on your next attack. It shows a fast kill to Rotom Frost. It shows a fast kill to Dragalge. So they both come in and they want to try to kill it. And it's just going to go boom. I don't know how well... Okay, nice thing is that Rhyperior always lives us booming it, so that's cool. Might even click Protect, TBH. Yeah, that's right, it's not +1 priority. It sets your speed to max for that turn, so priority moves do outspeed you. Doesn't count as a wipe. Oh, that's interesting. I appreciate that. I appreciate that Shell is allowed to clutch up for you. But Camerupt comes in, explodes again, takes out Rotom, takes out Dragalge, does a good chunk of damage to Rhyperior. Ideally, Rhyperior should show a kill to Mega Sharpedo's Waterfall. We are going to bring in our last team member, Udara. Because Ulara can just kind of bonk stack attack it to death with Hammer Arm. Are we safe? Oh my god, we outspeed in Tailwind. That's so funny. Yeah, and assuming Rhyperior doesn't protect, it's taken enough damage from our own explosion to always show Sharpedo a kill with Waterfall. And yeah, if we kill it with Hammer Arm, we don't suffer the stat drops of Superpower. Oh, it can't protect because it sees a KO into Dragalge. Okay. Hello, little bitch man. You gonna confess your sins, son? No. Okay. Okay, yeah, so... sees a kill into Drag, yeah, with high horsepower, so it doesn't protect. Drag doesn't protect because it sees a kill into us. Yeah. In comes Stakataka. Again, you always take at least 28%. Yeah, so nearly 30. Definitely enough to show Sharpedo a kill with Waterfall. And then, yeah, if it happens to attack Biwar on the next turn with crit close combat, we live. That's crazy. Do we just run it? Like, we gotta just run it, right? This is what everyone does for this fight, more or less, is you set up two guys to explode. This fight is why we were hoping we could get a Lowland Muck. If we got a Lowland Muck, it would have saved Steelix's life. Or we could have sacked Steelix to blow up Muck, but... oh, right, regular Sharpedo. Hasn't made it yet. Ooh. Yep, 72%. We always do... hold on. Hold on. 284 minus 207 is 77. We always do at least 81 damage. Yes, we do in fact always show kill to regular Sharpedo. You probably already knew that though, didn't you? For the funnies of it. Its ability is Strong Jaw. I don't know what regular Sharpedo's ability is. I don't think it changes anything. It's probably just Rough Skin, right? But Waterfall isn't a bite move, so it doesn't affect the range. Yep, Rough Skin or Speed Boost. Not that it needs the Speed Boost. Okay. I also believe, oh. Wait, you do singles damage to your partner? Is that true? Because that could... oh, yeah, it means we would do extra damage to Rhyperior. You're so right. Good. Okay. We're fine. I'm so glad you showed up when you did, Hannah. Alright, it sucks to use a heart scale. It really sucks to lose Steelix. Also, it sucks to lose Camerupt. Like, we literally have not touched it since at least Flannery's gym, but that Camerupt did so much for us on Mount Chimney. So, like, put some fucking respect on their name. Their name that I don't remember. Orion. It's Orion. So put some motherfucking respect on his name. Okay. Yeah, the problem is that the start of this fight is just such a crapshoot that, like, we'd be risking a lot to try to save Steelix. And you know, Hannah, when I first caught this camera up, I will not forget that the thing you said when we found it was, that's a thing that can boom on Pyre. God damn if you weren't right. Urara. And then for moral support, we will bring the turtle. I'm going to bring Eldegoss for symbolic reasons. Because Eldegoss was the only reason we were able to catch that Onyx in the first place. We nearly had to kill it. But thankfully we remembered Rapid Spin freed us from binding moves. If we had lost Dollop, there were so many places where we had considered sacking Dollop the Onyx, but we held out long enough to turn her into Dollop the Steelix. Bringing Lord General Talon Westwind to watch this one. Arm the cannons, light the fuse. Okay. How many heart scales we got? 5? Not bad. Maximize IV. Dollop treating that Scalabia like it wasn't a threat at all was so funny. Dollop does that to so many things, though. Like, that's the thing, right? We were able to use Dollop specifically to get, to set up that Luxray. We used Dollop as our answer to, like, the Durant Demon at the end of Meteor Gauntlet. Dollop has done so much for this team, bulking the strongest hits possible. Like, it's fucking nothing. And getting off a Screech or two while she's at it. Unfortunately, the part of the fight that she's required for is the most dangerous part of the fight. Minimum speed, incredible defense. You were a fucking champion, and I am sorry that we do not get to Mega Evolve you. Okay. Where's the normal gem? Orion needs the Custat Berry. And I actually don't even think Ulara needs an item. I think she just kind of wrecks shit. We're still going to give her a Citrus Berry, but... God, I'm sorry. I cannot believe... Even with, like, her bad speed stat, she's still faster than Stakataka. Given where it's Megas. Don't remind me, Hannah. We have to boom 2 of our potential Mega guys, and that does make me very sad. Stakataka is like literally the slowest fully evolved Mon, I think. I mean, yeah, base speed of 13. Also, chat, fun fact. Did you know that all of the Ultra Beasts' stats are prime numbers? As a nod to their alien nature. except for Naganadel Speed because it's a weirdo. Naganadel is biracial, so it's allowed to have a non-prime number stat. I'm just eating the rest of my french fries. But yeah, no, this fight is an absolutely massive box check. And the fact that we get to trounce it for as few resources as we're spending, and I know that, like, we're spending 2 single-use items that you only get 1 of in the entire game, a heart scale, and 2 sacks, is a very cheap pyre tag. Good ass fries. I can't believe I was able to buy a 6-pound bag of french fries for $5. What a time to be alive. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna go get into it. Can I just say that I'm, like, really glad that we are able to clear this without needing to use any rare candies. I think there is a very real chance that we manage to have a suite of 6 rare candies by the time we hit endgame, which is good. The final level cap, chat for context, is 99, so you need to have at least 6 rare candies if you want to have a full team of level 100s for the Elite Four. So... okay. I'm still gonna write down the line, because why the fuck not? So team, sorry, it's just Aqua, Leader, Archie, Mount Pyre. Equip Stee with normal gem. Equip Cammy with Custap Berry. I truly do not think it matters what we equip Urshifu with. Or not Urshifu, Beware. Hold on. So I think we might just do a Citrus Berry, because we one-hit KO with Hammer Arm. Sharpedo gets strong... Yeah, like... most you can do to us is close combat. I'll just give Beware a Citrus Berry, honestly. Equip Bewee with Citrus Berry. So, Custap Berry procs at 1/4 max HP. Yep. Okay. 198, do you evenly divide by 4? 49.5. I'm just going to do 45 to play it safe. I assume 45 is low enough to proc. I think technically I actually need to go down to 49. Yeah, we'll play it safe. Equip you with Citrus Berry. Scale. Attack. Damage. Came to 45. Opens. Urshi. And Hider. Hey there. Dumb question. Are we positive that Rotom Frost comes in second? Oh no, it's looking at my... Yeah, wait. Yeah, because we're pre-damaged enough, right? And then Dragalge. Hold on. Switch in AI. Because, like, we're in slot 1. We KO Urshifu and Hydreigon. Looking at slot 1 is Rotom Frost, which is obviously going to come in because we've pre-damaged ourselves low enough to proc Custap, so we're low enough to proc Blizzard. But Delcatty's dead. Would Rhyperior not bait in, like, Sharpedo? Oh no, it shows a high horsepower kill to Sharpedo, a high horsepower kill to Stakataka, and a high horsepower kill to Dragalge, so it just sends in the first one. Because none of them show kills on it. Because regular Sharpedo. Because yeah, it'll be pre-boom. So it will be at full HP. I'm understanding this right, Hannah, right? Like, I just want to triple check to make sure that nothing goes horribly wrong. I would like to not lose my Ulara, ideally. It's such a common play pattern that I say. I was going to say, the only thing is to guarantee that Dragalge comes in on Rhyperior. Cool. Okay. Just had to make sure. Okay, using the script. Pre-damage, slot 2. So 45. Full HP. Weak enough to show a kill to Rotom. Lara. You get a Citrus Berry for luck. Orion. You get the illustrious, the elusive, the one of one Custap Berry. Okay. Confirming. 31 attack, normal gem. Lowered to 45 HP, Custat Berry. I think it's so funny that Explosion gets 5 PP. Okay. I can't imagine what else oh, right. I didn't actually write down the line. One sec. Open with Stee. Double OHKO with Explosion. Swap to Roto F and drag. Swap to Came. Double OHKO with Explosion. Swap to Stack and Char. Okay. Swap to Biwi. OHKO. Stack with Harm. Swap to Char. OHKO. Char with Harm. Okay. Not much more to say now, is there? I am going to really quickly adjust her moveset in here, so it should be Hammer Arm first, Superpower second, Body Slam third. Okay. Let's fucking go. Just going to enjoy the walk. This will be the most Pokemon we have lost in a single battle since Shell. Kind of ironic that it's happening also while Shell is on the field. God, I can't believe they cooked this hard with this song. And this is like basically the only place it plays. Also, really glad that the status effect here is like Tailwind and not Defog. Or, I suppose not Defog, but Fog. I was so happy when I saw how clean this line was. It's not trivial to find a Mon that does this endgame safely, even beyond the booming friends. God bless Ulada. Ulada. I was gonna say, it's like, it was a shame that we didn't get a Halucha, but goddamn if this bear wasn't what we needed. Alright, final check. Dollop, full HP, has a normal gem. Attack is boosted to 31. Orion has a Custat Berry. HP has been reduced to 45 to immediately proc Custat Berry upon switching in. Has Explosion. Ulara has a citrus berry and a hammer arm. Let's beat one of the bitchiest fights of this game. Is that low enough for Custap? Is Custap not supposed to be quarter HP? Yeah, 1/4 max HP or less. Technically, I think a quarter is 50. Because max HP is less than 200, so we're definitely less than a quarter. I think it was technically like 49, but I added a few extra points of damage just to make sure. Like, I suppose I could just reduce it to 1, but... around and watching over every move. It's mere coincidence, or do I need to worry about you? I need to know if you're a threat to Team Aqua's operation. You're to threaten Team Aqua's operation. Love her. First is Dollop. Second is Orion. And the... Is it the Anchor is the last member of, like, a race? I definitely had it, like, a minute or two ago. I'll find it later. Alright, chat. Time to blow the fuck up. Two big booms. Or Shifu and Hydreigon. I really want to see Delcatty use Fake Out on Hydreigon, and the reason for that is it justified us using that heart scale. If Delcatty uses Fake Out on Urshifu, then we could have killed without the scale. Dollop, you are one of our oldest friends. You carried us through many a treacherous battle, and I spent a lot of this game looking forward to seeing you reach your Mega Evolution. And I'm sorry that we did not get there, but your slowest possible gyro balls kneecapped so many monsters. Your screeches dropped the stats of things that were otherwise unkillable, and right now, you are going to solve one of the bitchiest fights in this entire game. Light 'em up! Nice. Okay, good. We did need the heart scale. I'm holding this pose. Oh no, close combat would have dropped its defense. Okay, we didn't need the heart scale. It's fine. It's fine, I'm coping. It's not our Delcatty curses. Down goes Urshifu. Down goes Hydreigon. Down goes our friend. Thank you for your service. Second verse, same as the first. Orion, your history was perhaps not as storied as... I feel like our berry didn't proc. Our berry procced, right? No, it procs at the start of our turn. That's what it is. But Orion, your history was not as storied as Dollop's. But you showed up for our team when we needed you most to give us a path through Tabitha's Torkoal. You helped us on Jagged Pass a little, and I do believe you were a very helpful member of the team for Flannery's Gym. And I am sad that we do not get to see your Mega Evolution, though I am beyond grateful that your seemingly unnecessarily high attack stat was able to do what it is about to do. Light 'em up. Definitely did enough to Rhyperior. Thank you for your service, friend. Rhyperior's like, what? Laura, a new friend, but in many ways an old friend. Bring us home. She's about to get a double kill. She's about to bring this fight home.
It's just like the anime.
Laura, by some miracle, you are faster than that stack Attacka in Tailwind. Kill him with harm. Just confirming. Just making sure that I do in fact... Yep, Hammer Arm's always 109%. I say with all of my might, bonk. Laura, strike down that Sharpedo with everything you have. Do it for Dollop. Do it for Orion. Do it for the future. Close combat does at most 90% to beware. Its ability is no longer rough skin, it is strong jaw, so we do not take recoil. It did close combat. We didn't need to spend a citrus berry here, but I think she deserves to eat one. Show him the real superpower of teamwork. Sleep powder's really funny here. And that, my friends, has been Mount Pyre. Okay. Getting a screenshot of that. Going to @Leica with that. Okay. Even blue orb must never be separated. They belong together. What are those men trying to do? Well, in their haste, they left this behind. I couldn't imagine what it could be. Ah, Magma Emblem. That was so fetch. I didn't expect it to be that tough. Good luck in your pursuit. I'll be back at Lily Cove. Goodbye. Farewell, Shell. Mount Pyre is where we calm the spirits of Pokemon that have passed on. This is a high place where one can see all of Hoenn. The disembodied spirits of Pokemon must find solace here. It is is it coincidence that you are here? Will you hear out my tale? A tale long told in the Hoenn region. She really blazes her own path, and I respect that. Me too. Honestly, she showed up. She showed up. She made shit awful twice, and you know what? She's gone forever. It happened long, long ago. The world was racked by a ferocious clash between the Pokemon of the land and the Pokemon of the sea. The Pokemon of the land raised mountains and created continents. The Pokemon of the sea raised huge waves and carved out oceans. Their fierce duel raged without end. The world was engulfed in massive infernos and vicious storms. The red orb and blue orb brought an end to the calamity. Light poured from the two orbs and becalmed the enraged adversaries. The pair, made docile, dove deep into the sea where they eventually disappeared. What a fucking day. And we're not done. We are not fucking done. Mount Pyre is beat, but we now have the Team Magma hideout, which has like 15 magma grunts in it, and the infamous Hell Room. I just realized I didn't bring a Pokemon that could fly. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe we enjoy a nice long walk. Thanks for your help with that, Hannah. I do really appreciate having someone, because that's a bitch of a fight to figure out. So having someone who knows how to do things a little bit to kind of speed up the process, very much appreciated. We fucking did it. Okay. We fucking did it. Fitting that Mount Pyre is a graveyard, considering you had to bury 2 of your Mons here. And you know what the crazy thing is, Izzy? Well, you actually know this. That's not going to be where we're doing most of our burials. Hellroom is likely to claim probably like 4+ Pokemon. It's a nice spot to be laid to rest. Look, of all of the places you had to shake heaven and earth, like, it's a pretty thematic spot. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We're doing really good. 10 seems like a lot. A 2-death Tabitha, a 3-death Maxi, and a 0-death rest of Magma Hideout would be great, honestly. Okay, 5. Jesus. But I would just like to note, 10 deaths seems like a lot. But for where we're at, we're actually kind of doing incredible. Their levels tell a story. You can really see where they got their ass beat. I'm sorry, Nomo. But, you know what's nice, chat? We get some level ups. Wait, where's Maisie? Maisie, you gotta go hang out with the cuties. And Terriman. Let's level these motherfuckers up! Okay. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Also, checking something really quickly. Did I level up Driftblim in the calculator? No, I didn't. I really hope that wouldn't have changed anything. Yeah, you still would have died to Dark Pulse. Okay. But how much could you have done with Explosion? And a normal gem. Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. Drifloon would have needed 2 scales, and it wouldn't have even been guaranteed. Okay. Just making sure that we couldn't have used Drifloon in place of Steelix. Move all Pokemon from the trash. I think you want to not level Pidgeot, by the way. There might be some tech on tap, but they're not doing that. Okay, noted. I will add Pidgeot to the squad of babies who do not get evolved or leveled up. Hi, Cat's form. You won't get to live for much longer, buddy. Okay. Let's enjoy some level ups, though. And after that fight, we're going to listen to the Oraz credits theme. Because it's nice and emotional. After all the shit we just went through. We finally get U-turn on Flygon, I just realized. Alright, level up Ulata. Believe it's 79. Yep. We made it through Pyre. I'm so pleased. I'm really not looking forward to what we're about to go do, but boy am I pleased. Also, like, we didn't lose our Walrein. Or our Kecleon. Like, the fact that those were our first deaths since the Kethri incident. Gotta keep an eye on what moves Otherly learns, because we do actually want to pick some of those up. Tailwind. Hannah, I assume, for Drifloon stuff, yeah, we definitely want it over... Because I know we want Defog. Fuck, what moves do we want on this? Because we're going to get Explosion over Self-Destruct. Do we want Shadow Ball? Or do we want Acrobatics? Probably Shadow Ball, right? Balloon has higher special attack than regular attack. I'm gonna wait for confirmation, but pretty sure. I like Shadow Ball probably. I don't think it's super relevant. Okay, but we definitely want Tailwinded Defog. It's here to use utility moves and then blow up one day. Advanced utility balloon. Kinda. Explosion. Hello, Hindenburg. I'm just clicking buttons. I do think that was the last move Otherly got to learn, though. Fuck, I have to figure out what move I want to replace for U-turn on Flygon. That's such a hard choice to make. Having Defog on Flygon is hell. Because you have to, it gives you one less move slot to fiddle with Flygon's already quite impressive list of moves. I think it's got to be Fimp. It's probably Fimp at this point. I don't think there's much else that gets use off of Fimp these days. Okay. Also, like, Jesus Christ, Dragonite. Jesus Christ, Dragonite. 5 frags in your first day on the team. That's crazy. I can't believe Noel Holiday is still here. 76. Did I not? Hold on. There we go. Four in a single fight without taking damage too. Well, I mean, it's a double battle, so that's not too surprising. Okay. I don't know if there's, like, any moves anyone else is learning at this point. Beyond, like, the thing. Like, maybe Garchomp gets something soonish? I think we already got the opportunity to get Garchomp's last move, though. I just know that dragons learn moves up to really late. My controller button is being slightly sticky. Earthquake, D-Meteor, first impression, U-turn. Farewell, first impression. You've served a very vital purpose in 2 fights. Just still bringing Yanmega for slow KO because you just barely don't show it a KO with Brave Bird. Okay, I assume you already checked with, like, yeah, getting my Pidgeot up to level 79. Okay. Oh, that's 76? Okay, well, it's currently at level 76, so... yeah, just gotta keep him there, alright. Which also means we're just not allowed to use it for fights. Well, I'm glad I double-checked that. Because that would have been embarrassing. Also, like, God, Marps. I'm so glad that Marps has finally gotten some... Okay, good. 77's also fine. Okay, good. That means we can use it a little bit if we need to. Something's bothering me, but I'll look for it later. Which is good because there's some very annoying Bright Pattermons in there. Good. Freaking it, do you get something new? I feel like you learn moves like really, really late. And I'm trying to think, like, what do we get after clearing Magma Hideout? Because, yeah, I do think I'm going to save my encounter for Magma Hideout until we get to Maxi. Because I know that there are some... It can be really hard to answer his opener. I think we can do it with Roserade, but I want to plan that line out first before we pull our encounter in there to make sure we don't accidentally miss something. Hello, Noivern. And, like, you know, I bitched about Dreadnought, but it has been a pretty helpful pivot in some cases. Like, it's... Run and Bun can be a cruel mistress, but it gives you the tools you need for the fights you gotta do. And we have consistently had exactly the answer we need in almost every case. How you all doing today, chat? I've just been rambling a bunch because I don't really have too much to talk about while I do all these level ups. Chill Armor Water Rock is a very nice pivot for double, yeah. I have a mild panic. Oh no! I am sorry, Lixie. I hope you are doing better now, but that's not fun. I'm okay. My next semester of college starts tomorrow. My condolences, Izzy. Doing anything fun for those classes? I have to do a presentation, so I'm feeling unprepared. Ah, got it. It's that kind of panic. Okay. It's at least a slightly quirkier kind of panic. Same boat? I don't really remember. Oh shit, I didn't know you were in college, Curses. I forget, you're actually like significantly younger than me. I keep thinking that you're like a 25-year-old shitter like the rest of us. Also dealing with the second family emergency in 3 months. I feel you there. I'm sorry, bud. Aramaya, you learning anything? Nah. Tuesday's my birthday too? Oh shit. Well, happy almost birthday. Okay, Varley does get outrage. I don't think we want it, but... God, though, could you imagine the power of, like, Mega Garchomp clicking outrage? 25 is the new 20, that's what I keep telling myself. Well, Hannah, I'm 27, about to be 28, okay? If you're only 25, like, you're still wee babby. You're still unt babino.
No, that's like the same age.
Yeah, it's functionally the same age, and we're not old.
Well, we're almost 30.
So? 30 is not as old as you think it is.
It's not, but like I feel like I should feel older.
Well, it's just because you're in your jammies playing video games on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. So you feel immature about it, but like, you make good money, you do your responsibilities, you feed yourself, you cook your own meals, you take care of some cats. You're an adult in basically every way that matters. But yeah, Hannah, I assume we don't want outrage. Could take it over Ironhead, but I kind of like having Ironhead on Varley. I'm still not 20. Curses, you're 19? Don't like outrage, it's pretty niche. Yeah, I would say 19's too young, never mind. Curses, go home.
Curses, do you have a chaperone for this?
Yeah, Curses, where is, like, some parental guidance needed. Did you ask your parents before making an account on Disney.com? Wait, hold on. She's such a baby, she might not have been around for when that was a thing.
Oh no! I hated that.
Yeah. Oh.
Shut up.
Oh god, you're younger than my sister. Wait. Oh. No, I remember that.
Okay.
Curses, I hope you know we're just razzing you. I'm about to be 26, so I at least have my degree. Also, no, I did not. I'm a rebel. Oh my god. I'm turning 20. Izzy, that's fine. I'm not expecting you to be particularly... I don't know why, it's specifically Curses.
Because we've known Curses for longer.
Yeah, it's the fact that we've known Curses for nearly 2 years where I'm like, fuck, were you a member of this community when you were 17? It felt weird when I no longer had to lie about my age to sign up for websites anymore. That is going to be a really weird thing to deal with if this community ever gets like properly sizable. Of like, how do I manage the whole like being on the internet and playing Pokemon means that there's a decent chance that like I don't know. I don't think nuzlocks really have an appeal to like children, but still. I've got to start.
We'll at some point have to decide on if this is a safe for work or R18 community.
I mean, it's basically, it's not, because it's not 18 plus. It's not 18 plus in the sense of like, I don't know. It's R, but it's not.
Pointing my sniper rifle at Fia and May.
They're both in their like, what do you mean? What? Oh, I see, for their behaviors.
Yes.
Hey, be nice to my Euro trash. I love them.
I'm also pointing the sniper rifle at you. And Leica.
Why is Mint preparing a sniper rifle? Because certain individuals can't keep their dumbass mouths shut. Hi, I'm certain individuals. Because it's like, the server, like, my Discord etiquette is definitely R-rated, but it's not necessarily 18 plus rated, you know?
There's basically no difference.
There absolutely is a difference.
Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah, or it's like NC-17, I think, is like the thing. It's like the one above R, where it's like, we say enough bad language, you know, just by random Pokemon FMK, to get R ratings. But technically, I don't think what we do is like, I don't know. I have to start worrying about being like responsible. Beyond just like the usual don't be weird and parasocial with people. The underleveled squad. Okay, and now we get to do the fun game. Because everyone is to level. First was Turtle. Then came Breek. Then Hammy. Then Pari. Then Scalpel. Would-be Dottler, would-be Hitmonchan is Havara. Remoraid died. I think Kingdra's next. Yeah, Route 107 and Havara's 106. Okay. Electros. Would-be Dollop. Noelle. Miss May. Lixie. Rose. Would-be Toge, but Maisie's being kept in the back. Would-be Nomo, but Nomo is dead. Or would-be Pikachu. Yeah, I believe it's Rose, then Lucario, right? Then Exca. Then Zoro, who is also in the back. Because it needs to be kept under-leveled. Would-be Murkrow. Duchess. After Duchess was Marps. After Marps was Gyarados. Dollop had such a journey, had to make it past Vito to finally evolve, and it was immediately great. I was gonna say, like, genuinely, I spent so much time because we nearly sacked Dollop to the accuracy room in Norman's gym. I nearly did, but I'm like, no, I can lose Octillery here instead. And I'm really glad I held on, because Dollop has done so much for this team. Okay, Gyarados. It would have then been Rapidash. Would have been Orion. Is next Turtonator. After Turtonator is Garchomp. Then would be Mudkip. Surf Sim began with Greninja. Then Electrode. Then Sharpedo. Then Dhelmise. Basculegion. Altaria. Would be Cast Form. Beware. Kecleon. Slowbro. Oh, I forgot Corviknight. Slowbro. Would be Pidgeot. Would be Caracosta. Okay. Sorry, I want to do this like this. Ignore my incredibly arbitrary guy placements. They make sense in my brain. Okay. Remove Pokemon from all boxes. I do also need to go to the hidden power list. Steelix. Never got to use that flying type hidden power. Rapidash. Camerupt. Never got to use that ice hidden power. That was actually kind of a big loss. That would have been cool. We have so many guys. We're doing great. Scripting. Export. Copy. Paste. Scroll to the bottom to look for Zoroark. Your ability is not Dark Aura. Import. And we now do the fun thing of where is Garchomp? Mega Garchomp, your ability becomes Sand Force. Export. Import. Altaria. Pixelate. Mega. Export. Import. Pidgeot. No guard. Export. Import. Alright. Our next trainer is 5 guys. Explosion, Shell Smash, Quick Claw, Torkoal! We're gonna worry about that shit later. I don't get Tailwind anymore, so that's nice. I'm tired. I started this stream with half a brain, and we still somehow managed to clear Pyre Tag with only the mandatory number of deaths. And I'm pretty happy about that, so let's say we find someone to raid into. Got Mia's up, Faulty's up, I could try to Cloud Shark off Kaya Coliseum. I could raid into Spirit of Fate. Yeah, why not? Raid. Spirit. Oh. Did I do that right? Oh, it was subscriber only chat. I don't have to worry about that. Hold on. Unrating. I don't want to send you all into somewhere where you're not allowed to, like, talk. Because that's not fun. I don't know, chat. Do we try to Clout Shark off Kaya Coliseum? We've got 13 people. Fuck it. Wait, but is she playing Pokemon or is she playing fucking Minecraft? She is in fact playing Minecraft. I could raid into Minecraft. People like Minecraft. How do I spell? Hold on. 1L, 2SEUM. Did I spell that right? I did. Cool. Stick around long enough to at least get sent out with the raid, if you would be so kind, friends. Okay. Next stream tomorrow evening. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to calc, but I don't know. But we're doing great. We are doing fantastic. And I'm looking forward to breaking through this next really bitchy part of the game. But until then, friends, I'd like to thank you so much for joining me. I have been April. She has been May. You have all been incredible, and I will catch you all in the next one. Sending out the raid. Have a good night, folks. And ending.